Time to pick up where things left off and get this done today. Probably. Among other things... Yep, and here's the... This again is what it looks like when you have Bina. Got a slightly different sound and animation too. Oh, it's Paula. How are you doing? Hello. Let me check a couple of things. Oh, the Bala bus. Oh, and it's Diona. Okay. A little bit of resistance, but it's freedom books we want now. Okay. Let me see some things. Main thing is right. Expeditions, and it's the Yahoo anecdote again. Like I said, next time I get the Ino one, I'll be able to use Columbina for that instead of Lama, which is interesting. Still need to figure out what kind of set I actually want to put together for this team. Also, I think, as silly as it is, I want to see how well Lunar Charge works here, even though it's intended to be the Pyro domain. As of right now, only Bina is there. Oh. Character needs to be in the party for friendship anyway. So Varka uses freedom books, actually. Which is interesting. We'll just see how this goes. Most of it is probably not going to work because of the inherent aura, but let's just see. Let's just try this out. Silly as it is. And it, yeah, understandably, it does completely shut down. Lunar Charge, oh, that's disappointing, because you can actually, oh goodness, get a good amount of, you can stack Hydra and Cryo Aura on enemies that have inherent frozen aura, but it's not working. As you can see, we're still only getting one hit, we don't have the clouds. Oh well, this is understandable, even if it's disappointing. So I guess I'll just run a normal Arla team. The Arla Malvika team that I usually run for this domain. Okay. It is fun to be using Anefa without any Lunar Charge. But now we can get that up and it's simple. You can see that Columbina is adding an extra Lunar Charged hit, but it's not that crazy. Okay, you just run this with the Arla Malvika team I was running previously. And then Columbina will just sit there on the back line and collect the friendship points. I actually haven't died in Nod-Krai yet in order to test out her revival passive. Maybe I should do that. Die in Nod-Krai. We'll take this team out. Still gotta figure out how I want to run Columbina's artifacts. Then Arla, Zhongli. So the Weakers who are always wrong have switched from saying that the next set of buffs is going to be Xi'an faction buffs for Liyue characters to saying it's just going to be more Mondstadt characters added to the Hexrai bargain bin, which, yeah, I don't know how factual that is going to be, but it says Yua, Diluc, and Jean are going to get added to Hexrai. We do know that Varka is getting Hexrai next patch, which makes sense, but oh, like I said, what I really expected, and frankly wanted, were Favonius faction buffs. Because, among other things, it does mean that... Oh, there'd be a chance for Barbara and Venti. Because Barbara, Dahlia, Rosaria, who really could not have any kind of Hexerai faction connection intimated to get some kind of buff. But if it's just Hexerai, I guess they could weave it together, especially since it is implied that Diluc's mother, whoever Diluc's mother was one of the witches. But for the others, it's very contrived in the sense of, okay, you know, you didn't want to just say Mondstadt faction, so you came up with something that's a Mondstadt faction in all but name. There we go. Charge attack was nice and good. Thank you. It was a little faster, actually. Cool. A lot of people were thinking it's always interesting to see her Bond of Life blood fire effect sometimes freeze like this. Previously, I don't know if they fixed it. They probably fixed it. There was a way to get that to show up by using Candace and Chongyun together. Chongyun's skill infusion and Candace's burst infusion to infuse both hydro and cryo onto a weapon, which makes it freeze, which I've actually shown off before. But apparently if you did that with Arla for at least some time, and I guess I could try it, but I imagine they fixed it by now, it would actually cause the blood fire effect to freeze itself. And people were saying it looked like a big ice cream cone. It was funny. But, what was I saying? Punching with a buzzsaw. Seems like it would just wreck the thing. It doesn't have a point like a regular polearm. I think that thing would just snap. Going into the ground, but I'm not the one wielding it. Okay. And then Varka Hexerai makes sense because he's interacted with the witches. Really, most of the Hexerais make sense. The most tenuous is either Sucrose's, because it's a Rain Daughter connection through Albedo instead of directly. Or it might be Razor's. And what I didn't originally notice is that when you go into the dictionary, you can actually see some updates to some of the dialogue based on the ones you've already done. The big thing is that this one talks about the story of Romulus and Remus, which of course it is explicitly stated by now through various means that, you know, there's a place of this planet in quote-unquote the fictional version of the real world. Also, let's turn this into an R3 Wolf's Gravestone, which still nobody can really use. Other than, like I said, there aren't enough support-oriented Claymore characters for the support capabilities of Wolf's Gravestone to really be useful. It's basically just Chongyun and Sayu. You know, honestly, now that I think about it, I could put that on Mavica as a Varus when she's acting as a sub-DS for Varisa. But even that, I imagine, would probably be a team DPS loss. Because Mavica's damage on that team is still significant because of the way Chevy buffs both Electro and Pyro damage. But, oh, as I was saying, go over to, do I have enough on hand to show that? Probably not. Oh, actually, it's gotta be the silver one, right? Probably. Let me see. Well, I can just click on this. Yeah, exactly. It literally mentions the Lupa, Romulus, and Remus. But with the dictionary there, it's basically, it's not that Razor himself has any direct connection, though people did argue, you know, friend of Kui. And I guess that kind of works. But it's implied that, you know, the Immortal Witch, and to be fair, that's most of them. That's, well, the 5 out of the 7 who haven't died, but probably be either Alice or Octavia, because those are the only ones who've explicitly gone outside the world. You know, Nicole and Raindaughter and Barbaloth are immortal, but nothing suggests they've ever been out of Tevat, whereas, to be fair, I don't think there's necessarily anything that implies Alice has, but she's still in the running, as long as they don't say it explicitly. But either Alice or Octavia basically taking specific pity on Razor because it reminds her of the story of Romulus and Remus. Which, is quite amusing. And then giving him a buff because they felt bad. I mean, whatever works. It's okay. And there we go. Cool. And another thing is that you go to the shop and you can... I didn't know it would change. There's a one-time animation for the card changing. Oh, that's crazy. I thought it was just already going to be different. Wow. We go back and... it's just this forever. If I hadn't shown it, I wouldn't have been able to document it. Also, you can't see it unless you win it from a giveaway and get it mailed to you. But there is an item version of Welkin Moon. Sometimes you'll get from giveaways, and that icon has changed as well. Of course, it's a little harder to show. But yeah, that's what it is. It is interesting. It's... they definitely tried to make her the Casteress, for better or worse. You know, the closest thing to an actual... so it can actually show up in midair. So what determines whether it'll map to the terrain down? It's probably a max height or something, but... wait. So the normal attack will hit mid-air. The charge attack is an actual terrain tracking projectile. Okay, interesting. Huh. But also with Bina, the revive she does in Nod-Krai only is interesting. Let's test that out. Test that out with Bina. Because it's only Nod-Krai, and of course doesn't take effect in domains, so it's not the same as Casteress' Everywhere Temp Revive if you have her just in your roster, but it's a lot better than... it's a lot better than C6 Chi-Chi's. A lot better than C6 Barbara's, same 15-minute limit, and better than Dahlia. Anyone remember Dahlia exists or has healing? Kinda. Okay. Because again, 15 minutes, it's 900 seconds versus 100 seconds. That's 9 times as often. Thank you for the... oh, Sienna. Huh. Thank you for the phone. If you're even watching this, or... it's probably just a short. Whatever. So, let's get this going. Now, let's pitch it down here, and... big. Did that fail the crit? I guess that failed the crit. Yeah, it failed the crit. Big damage. Let's test out the Bina then. Also, it should go, and before I forget, just 3 blue fates at standard. Also, gotta go and beat up the remaining Fissures of Hidden Depths in order to... okay. And the parametric, put that down before we forget about that, and you know what, also... just use these, about 50 of them. Yeah, that's a bit. It's technically a little less efficient than using Mora, but the big well, using artifacts, but the big issue is that if you gotta use Mora to level those artifacts, and Mora is useful for all sorts of other things too. Okay, let's put this down. Alright. So, it's various plants generally that... Oh, can we use those apples for that? Yeah, probably, but still. Let's put in a bunch of... No. Still have more mints than we'll ever need. Okay. You know? Okay. Should be fun with the gravity ripple. Well, I don't think it's targeting it because it's not an enemy, right? Well, still. Okay, there we go. It's talent books. Well, because it biases the transformer, but doesn't guarantee a specific type. It is interesting that they've generally taken sort of a couple of patches in before they add the new regions, new items to the parametric transformer. Let's test out that Bina passive. Okay, Bina. Time to die. Sorry. Ouch. Yeah. Okay, one more hit. I'm surprised it was multiple. Go ahead, do it. Will it work on her? Yeah, it does. And she revived with about... Let's carry the numbers. 2474 out of... Come on, calculator. Okay, well... So it revived with about 20% of HP, and she's at 2 right now. It's based on friendship level. Can only presume that it's 10% for each friendship level. Extrapolating based on incomplete data. As you can see, you still lose all your energy, and well, now she's dead. Oops. Okay. Well, let's go and farm the remaining fishers we need for her stuff. Again, it's fun that they're actually birds. Which, when they were getting a bit previewed before they came out, was not immediately apparent to me. Even though I read the whole thing about them having beaks. Maybe I am a little bit dumb. I'm mostly just tired. So there are 9 more currently on the map. How many more are there in? So there are 3 hidden teleport waypoints. Interesting. Well, let's just go beat up the rest of these dudes. My keeper over there looks badly hurt. I actually don't even see where that guy is. Lightkeeper over where? Oh! He's on the ground. Well, he'll still be on the ground tomorrow, and the day after that. Later in the month. I think it's okay. As long as he isn't dead, and yeah, there was a chest here last time, and this is back even with no chests, so there you go. Thank you. And now they've all been displaced into the one shield we broke. Which means that they're actually not an enemy you have to worry about crowd control for. Which is interesting. Though, of course, especially since you want the lunar reaction anyway. This team, of course, has both. Which is nice, but still. The real big thing is, well, whatever. You can be a little bit stronger if you want. We're still fine. Okay, this is slightly stronger, though. Okay. Nice. Oh, wait. Did I just not open that chest yesterday? Yeah, I guess I just didn't open that chest yesterday. Okay. Chesterday. That yes, Chesterday. Is it... Chests don't respawn. So... Hello there. Okay, what happened? Nice. It is damage based. And this should hopefully be enough. But there aren't that many in the open world, all things considered. This was 5 encounters. Felt longer because yesterday I was trying to just use the blades because it was fun and funny, but it's certainly not necessary strictly. Okay, cool. Yeah, lunar damage additionally effective. Who could have guessed? Okay. Thanks. I guess because we killed one, it didn't regen the shield. Maybe. And all of these need to get crafted to the highest level. Wait. Oh, no. That's why it felt like there were more of them. Because there were more of them. That's one that isn't showing up on the map. Oh, okay. Hello. All the shields are gone. Okay. Oh, alright. And you are also interesting. If we kill them, I guess they don't make their shields. Though it does seem a bit more prudent to wait so that they can be more easily grouped up. Also, there's a cave here. The Chasm of Endless Decay. Path of Misery beneath Kipumaki. You know, it's kind of surprising that that isn't a World Quest gated waypoint. It might be. You know what? If we're here anyway, let's just jump down and see how far they let me get. Beneath the Eye of Sauron. So that starts up around here. Let's just mark that. It's the first time I think I've ever used map markers for their intended purpose. Yeah. Okay. And it seems that normal crowd control does not work all that well on them while they're interesting. Okay. Okay, that failed to connect. Understandable. Okay. We should probably distance ourselves a little bit. Now we're starting to take abyssal corrosion damage. This is probably the best way to get towards that. It's over that general direction. Let's actually navigate. Wow, playing the game as intended. Okay. This may be a little annoying to get to. And am I? No. It's not that she has a better ability to go up slopes. Though, I don't know. Kind of feels that way. This is around where it starts, actually. Aw. Is it quest gated? It may be. You can see the abyss? Okay. Alright. Alright. That was unpleasant. But it... Oh, no. I'm reading this entirely the wrong way. I have to go under the eye here. Okay. Which means this might be better. Yeah, we just go behind the Eye of Sauron. Okay. We just roll up underneath, and hopefully that's gonna just let us drop down. Though I don't imagine we'll be able to get much done there while it's still active. Okay. Yeah, I can't imagine this is a particularly nice place to be. Hello. Well, you're creepy. What if I were to just... Yeah, you definitely have to dispel the eye in order to get underneath it. That makes sense. So we go here and... like a big cork. Except it's made of abyss. Yeah, we outright can't get any further. Oh, and there's a Linoculus in here if it wasn't some kind of sign already. Cool. Huh. Well, in that case, let's unabyss ourselves. Will a teleport waypoint do it faster? I think only the ones in here might be coded to actually drain the abyss. Maybe. Yeah, it seems to go down faster next to... Or maybe in the sense that only in an abyssal area is it coded for a teleport waypoint to drain it faster. Yeah, interesting, yeah, because the ones outside weren't actively coded to... So it seems that the abyss progress drain is tied not to teleport waypoints themselves, but to the area. That only checks to decrease it by a teleport waypoint if you're in the area itself. Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay. Well, let's make these things more... We need... I think this will be enough. Right? Maybe. Oh my goodness, we have just barely not enough. That's... Well, again, it's not as if I'm going to be using Beano, really, until this coming weekend, but still. Buh. Let's get right back into it. Though again, every single fight in this apparently uses a preset team. So... Not that it means much. Okay. Back to the story. Main thing is, as I was saying... Is it Silken Moon or Abad? She can use both. Okay. Oh, let's right back in there. So we're gonna resume from the part where we were. Yeah, as Pulonia. Okay, wait for the next directive. Pulonia search keyword world formula and bring me all relevant books. We'll just pick you up. So small. Yeah, it... The fact that there are animations for Pulonia movement, I think it would be very hard for a playable Sandrone to not be based around Pulonia as a method of combat. Especially given that she's shown precisely no combat abilities on her own. Well, I guess that raises the question what her normals are going to be. Is she going to be a Catalyst who summons Pulonia for those? It really has been Catalyst impact for the past forever, but still. What if we try weaving? How far are they going to let us go? We can't sprint or jump. We can only walk painfully slowly. So nobody else in here. Oh, right, because the whole darn town got evacuated. Hallways closed. What if we just obliterated the jukebox? But we don't have any kind of attack. Don't have much of anything. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We are just gonna keep going. Okay. There we go. Search related content. Scan. Ancient log Carter Sherbius. One of the clockwork maxes based on Sherbius' design. When we were assigned to the same lab, I was nervous at first, since everyone said that he was a child prodigy. Since the disaster, such people were precious than ever. I had thought that an institute star recommended by higher-ups might be more full of himself, but he's much better than I expected. It's just not the most sociable sort, no obvious symptoms. So is that... Oh, it's a log of of Carter Scherbius, or probably... Is that... I made a huge mistake and knocked over an ancient geometry machine that took a lot of effort to bring back from the desert ruins. The machine came to life and made a huge mess of things. Geometry, Farzan. He was a lot younger than me. He's really smart. I can't believe that's how I managed to tame the machine. Maybe taming isn't the right word. Maybe the other engineers looked down at me for using it, but it really did feel like taming. I know modern clockwork machines well enough so I can see the huge technological gulf between the two. Even disregarding construction, we'll make little meaningful progress if we do not resolve the power issue. But I still have to be careful. I've never seen Elaine, and I want to find out what he looks like when he gets angry. A few minor symptoms. Took the day off. I can hardly believe it. Elaine came to visit me and even brought his sister. She's a lovely little lady and not afraid of strangers. A fine day indeed. Mary Ann. I discussed the idea of a thinking machine based on gems and tape circuits. I used the word discuss, but actually just said things like, oh, or that's really amazing, or how he would do that whenever he paused, and didn't make any real contributions. I was really into it, though, and he behaved very differently than he usually does in the lab, so his sister is probably way smarter than I, a research assistant. It seems there are interesting upsides to having my disease flare up, but I prefer to return to the Institute and help as soon as I can. And this is the guy who they turn into Caterpillar, actually. Right, a terminal illness. It... After pursuit... Catter. So that's the thing, you know, Catter, like Caterpillar, corruption of Carter. Right. Interesting. But it wasn't really... You know, I wonder how, if people put the pieces together that this was Carter specifically before... Interesting. Before this explicitly connected him as the one who had the disease and was revived. Who knows? The additional machines got here, the previous ones, are no longer usable since they were completely dismantled, but it did clear up a lot of things, at least according to him. Something about it being driven by the elements in the ley lines, an interaction we cannot recreate with our current level of industrial precision and material science. I helped to compile the report, but there's so much I couldn't understand. Apparently lots of people are secretly unhappy that Elena is getting more research resources than they are, but if you ask me, everyone's smarter than me and they should all get along. Make the world a better place that way. Sister said that some of their friends will be joining the Institute. I'm looking forward to meeting them. No obvious symptoms. Joined the lab as new partners, but now their conversations are doubly confusing. I understand every word on its own just fine, but once they string them all together, I can't make heads or tails of it. Presumably that's, yeah, Jacob and Renee. Jacob there is really the only one even close to being on the same level as me. I feel ashamed just for writing that. An adult looking for reassurance from a child as young as he is. I feel like I've lost all the self-respect a grown-up should have. Based on the research on Premenergy machinery, which they turned to Arche eventually. Seems like they decided to adopt this name. Elaine and Renee are thinking about using characteristics of Usia and Numa, and eventually just became Nemusia, to construct a new kinetic core. A few minor symptoms may have contributed. Well, maybe. I went on a picnic with Elaine, his sister Renee, and Jacob. It's technically supposed to be field research, but the idea came from Elaine's sister and me. We all thought they lived all too little outside their research, so then we asked the Institute's director to arrange something, and that's Basil. Or was it Lyris? One of them. Petrichor is not exactly the most exciting place, but the scenery is quite lovely since you can see the Great Waterfall. Brought a camera from the Institute to take photos for them. Do hope we'll have more outings like this one, especially since that means more opportunities to take... Okay. Okay. After all, Elaine is always Elaine is always working, given how he will not be with his sister as she grows up. Not a scientist. These photos will come in handy later when he begins to regret not spending more time with her. Then he'll be able to see how she was at different times, and it won't sting quite so much. Well, my family had enough money for a camera, and if only things hadn't gone so wrong. Sure, my mom would have taken lots of photos of me. Renee and Jacob like Elaine's sister a lot too. When the four of them hang out, she sometimes acts like an older sister to them, despite being the youngest. A fascinating dynamic. Seem to be interested in the ruins and the stone statues here. Renee also mentioned something about a troop and seals. The Golden Troop. Because his idea of the assimilation was pretty similar to the Loom of Fate and the Golems. Even though we went out there to have a bit of fun for once, they were still thinking about research, no obvious symptoms. And the only reason they could do that was because they were all oceanids who could be dissolved by primordial seawater. Took the day off. Elaine's sister came to see me along with Jacob. Elaine and Renee couldn't make it because their experiment is at a critical stage. They didn't have to tell me any of that, of course. That I was able to help at all despite my limited abilities is already fulfilling. Heard that Elaine and the Institute's director came to see me separately while I was unconscious. Feel bad that they came all this way for nothing. I wasn't even awake. Still taking time off, but I hope to go back and help them again soon. Found out that they were graduates from the Narzissenkreuz Institute, and that made me really happy. Talked about the director and the vice director. I don't remember which one was Lyris and Basil. Made me feel like I think Lyris was... Lyris is explicitly stupid, so I think that's probably Lyris as the vice. Made me feel, as well as their adventures, and made me feel like a kid again. The only detail that didn't make sense was the cake the vice director made, because it felt like punishment when we had it. After the disaster, I was in contact with pretty much all my friends. So happy that they were able to find each other again. I wonder how my friends are doing. Probably trying to rebuild the Narzissenkreuz Institute. I've got to go check it out next time. Talked about the thinking machine again. I had an idea about making a thinking camera. Said it would take photos of those precious to him while he's busy. Thought it was kind of pointless, but that had security and surveillance applications. It's the Recon log mech. Bit of Seymour too. Because it has a camera head. They did it, the light bulb came on. I was lucky to have recovered in time to witness this historical moment. It's quite a pity, but I hope Renee and Jacob will make the breakthroughs of their own and their own research topics. I also hope they get better assistance than me. No obvious symptoms. Took the day off. There were several visits while I was unconscious. It's a shame all I could do was read the letters they left behind. Jacob left me a note inviting me to his and Renee's lab. There's something he wanted to talk to me about. I hope I can get out of bed soon. Anne, that's Mary Ann, brought flowers for me, but they had already wilted by the time I woke up. Took the day off. I was able to get out of bed today. This is where I first met Elaine. For a time afterwards, I documented the experimental procedures and phenomena based on his oral descriptions while standing here for the first time. I was trying to start up the machinery below in an ill-fitting lab coat. Renee and Jacob later entered through that door, and Elaine would temporarily forget to act the young genius, rushing towards him like an energetic kid. Here I bore witness to the first successfully controlled annihilation reaction. Holy Fermi. The brilliant light cast a deep, dark shadow. I believe history was made in that moment. Someone like me, so excited I knocked over the ink bottle, play a role in an event that will go down in history. Reminds me of the mention of the Usia sort of Narzissenkreuz, you know, the darkness creating a path in a world of pure light. Behind the locked door on the other side is Renee and Jacob's lab. Seems access was limited due to the dangerous nature of their research. They were destined to become towering figures in history. Guess Elaine moved to another lab based on his plan. Once the energy problem was solved, he would study kinematics to make robots. I'll go greet him later. I wonder how Anne is doing now. What matter of beauty she'll grow up to be. Stop writing here. I don't have much time left. I hope everything goes well. And it... So they did more Abyss stuff and eventually started dissolving people. Keyword not located. Wait, so... Okay. Interesting. But we're not done yet. We're not finished. Disappointed Sandrone. Now we have to die. So sad. It's good that it appears we can read them all before they kick us out of here. Automniki sermon dictation concerning the apocalypse. In light of the formal and rigorous proof outlined above, I believe that the correct term for this situation is Fortuna. It is an ancient Romurian technology, a wisdom unparalleled. Talking about the Phobos, which again is a sort of Loom of Fate type deal. Never imagined that, welcome back, Bulla, that Romurian ideas would be so similar to the computation graph that I've named the world formula. This is strong evidence. Human civilization is bound to lose its potential amid ongoing exploration and evolution. Humanity's decline is in truth unfolding at this very moment. To put it bluntly, ladies and gentlemen, the apocalypse draws near. Automniki is about to the west of the Tower of Ipsissimus, which was their HQ. That's right. This is not the hallucinatory babbling of some wandering monk from some racism. Rather, it is a logical deduction grounded in reason and natural philosophy. Please take a look at this diagram. Beneath the most hidden of all hidden, the number of cycles, that is, the number of higher particles, can now only be 4. No new world cycle can be generated through reconciliation. In other words, the end of this current samsara is the end of infinite light. Because again, they said... One of the documents back in by the tower talked about the Hyperborean, then Notlantian, then Romurian, and then finally the Crown Arya periods of history. Though again, the idea that all the events cycle is a bit different than sort of secular rise and fall. And it isn't entirely clear, though I would say it's probably more the latter, whether the extent to which Tevat is cyclical based on... Because since the start of the game, we've had the elemental circlets that talk about, the priest going down and the world being consumed by one of various elements to be reborn. But whether it's, every single event and person repeats, compared to the cycle of the rise and fall of human civilization repeats, which I think is, given the way that the Narzissenkreuz people describe it, I imagine it's a cyclical history rather than just total repetition, but still. The sparks of civilization are all but extinguished unless they begin to consider introducing variables beyond the existing system, which is how Renee, as Narzissenkreuz, talks about the Traveler. After all, the world is itself the external manifestation of a dream, and therefore... I wonder to what extent they're talking about human soul as a computer. I don't think they could have known that. Even the Traveler doesn't know that. It's only known in the sense of Kukulkan telling that to the little buddy. And Kukulkan is dead, and the little buddy lost all those memories. Keyword world formula located. Check the rest of the books. We can hand that to her, or we can check the rest. Scan the rest. Ancient log Owain Guillotine. My assigned assistant doesn't seem very reliable. Oh, so this is the other side of the Sherbius one, which was in this book. Unlikely that the power sources of those war machines can be used at the moment. Cores far too dangerous. Get them to seek out other such mysterious machines. The idea of 4 cycle was mentioned in the Land Rover boss description that was added last patch for Durin. Interesting the extent that was kind of foreshadowing, maybe. Getting them to seek out other such mysterious machines. It's talking about ruin guards, because there was that invincible ruin grader that could only be destroyed by pouring in water from the sea and shorting it out back in Owain's lab in Fontaine years ago. No progress worth reporting today. Went on with Anne under my adoptive father's watchful eye. Seek inspiration at sites where battles took place. Ran into Renee and Jacob. The assistant doesn't seem reliable. Caused some accidents, just another obstacle to overcome. This kind of machine seems to take arbitrary external forms. Quite interesting. Research will focus on power source. Research prime energy machines. That's Nemusia. Assistant took the day off, because that's Sherbius, the guy who got sick and got turned into the Hilitrol back in Fontaine. Asked Anne for help, reminded Renee and Jacob to the director of the Institute, research Nemusia machines. Assistant took the day off, asked Anne for help, suggested she join the Institute, but she wasn't interested. Research Nemusia machines, my assistant still wasn't back, I'll go to pay a visit. Found Renee and Jacob's adoptive father with my own adoptive father's help. Oh, I didn't know that Renee was the same adoptive father, because that means his last name would technically be Ingold. Well, not really. Not really, because he was still whatever de Petrichor, because he remembered his parents. Carl Ingold, right. And something Guillotine is the one who adopted the others. It's all orphans. It's always orphans. Whenever something important bad or good happens, you can always find an orphan behind it. Supplementary Nimusi machines have arrived, should be able to make progress now. Assistant seems to be in good spirits, probably just a minor illness. No. Research Nimusi machines, Renee and Jacob joined the Institute. They've been assigned to my project. Field Research Day, interesting machine statue. Research Nimusi machines, research Nimusi machines. My adoptive father visited, but I was too busy to host him and scolded me. Remember to apologize next time I see him. Research Nimusi machines, assistant took the day off. The threshold of a major breakthrough, assistant took the day off, too busy to visit and scolded me, I'll go tomorrow. The threshold of a major breakthrough, forgot about the visit, I'm sorry, invite everyone to go with me. Took the day off, assistant took the day off, went to visit. A virtual neural network based on a vast quantity of thinking units instead of logic trees, cameras. And that, the laboratory up north in Fontaine, where through undisclosed means they managed to turn people into mechs. There was a sort of quasi-quest about hunting them down in the North Fontaine area. Research Prime Energy Machines, assistant took the day off. Research Prime Energy Machines, assistant took the day off. Research Nimusi Machines, Renee and Jacob want to begin conducting their own research day on the Abyss. Uh-oh. Assistant took the day off. Let me check something, actually. It's not... No wink on the wiki. In the description. Okay. A breakthrough. Patent application process is too annoying, forget it. Fontaine really is about law. Assistant's condition seems alright, still a little worried considering the gap in medical technology. Advise assistant go to Sumeru. Researching that took the day off. Researching machine kinematics next. Must make a materials list. Because the machines were all about... Oh, Nemusia. But, of course, Renee and Jacob were more interested in the energy side of things, and then eventually Abyss. Because... It is interesting, because they've never said it, but it's very, very plain that, you know, Numa is imaginary from the Honkai games, while Usi is quantum, which itself is also almost certainly Abyss as well, but, well, it's interesting. And he's focusing on making the actual bots. Next, must make a materials list. Visit. They said bigger labs and be prepared for the kinematics experiments, but decided not to move for now. Visit. Been urged to move the lab several times. The lab is moved. My assistant might not be able to find it. A paint. Visit. Moved my lab. Keyword not located. Two more here. Though it's a shame we'll have to miss it. Ancient Notes. I was looking forward to Capellius' new work. Ever since he was a child, he's always been incredibly talented. Out of consideration for everyone's safety, it has been decided the Institute shall close, driven by the energy and vigor of youth. The young ones are clamoring out to go out and do battle. I hope someday that will understand the importance of prioritizing post-disaster reconstruction over marching off to die. Oh, and these notes, these already exist. These were in the Institute of Natural Philosophy, actually. I remember these. Back in Fontaine. Do you now? Let me see something. Actually checking the wiki right now. It's not coming up. And back in the... when you're at the fountain. Yeah. In the submerged ruins. Director of the Institute. So it's... And it's also just called Ancient Notes. Interesting. Okay, then. Yeah. It's just exactly the same. Back when you played below. I will say, if you were on the American server, I would probably be a bit more invested in wanting you to pick it back up again and play it on your Bala deck. Fear that it shan't be long before it must depart. Chosen a good piece of land near the Fountain of Lucine as a post-relocation site. Even say they want to use the land to build an opera house, they'd sooner set faces aflame with shame and laughter, thinking that anyone could be so comical. We're going to pay our respects at Basil's grave and hope it all turns out like Emmanuel said. However, it's the Institute's responsibility to support gifted and talented youths. Now, with the newly appointed Udix, he has a peculiar temperament. It's Uviet. Seems much more reliable than Leon and those other clowns. If all goes well, it has the potential to completely revolutionize our understanding of Clockwork Mecha, right using Nemusia. The proposed methodology and plan are reliable, worth paying more attention. Well, because then I'd be able to help out and, play with more followers on stream. Results of early phases have been satisfactory. We will increase our investment. Carter's leave requests have been increasing in frequency. Better have someone keep an eye on him. He may be having financial difficulties, not like it's possible for it to be a family matter because he's an orphan. After some consideration, decide to enroll them and temporarily assign them to the same lab. However, I'm concerned about the impact of their joining after Elaine. The mental state of others must keep careful watch on genius children. Still unconscious during the visit, so couldn't speak. Decide to take a blood sample and see if there's a cure or a way to mitigate it exactly, because it's Carter's disease. Although the proposed research plan is expected to face challenges in obtaining recognition, it would hold significant practical value, so it justifies approval. Toxins remain in the soil and water have not yet been fully neutralized. The water is producing deformed oceanids, the hydrophantasms. In a way, this could be a reflection of previous events, and we just learned that these are Carl's adopted children. It's a shame the Narzissenkreuz Institute no longer exists. This could be the biggest breakthrough in a century. It will change all of society. The report mentioned abnormal movements. I'll have to find a chance to talk to Emmanuel about it. It was Emmanuel. Yeah, Guillotine, the adoptive father. Interesting. Well, okay. On to the next one. World formula is not in here. Keyword not located. Relevant engineering blueprint. Keyword not located. Okay, come on. Expected something more. Just send it to Sandrone Bala. Okay. Are you happy? Let's see, this one is Autumniki Sermon Dictation concerning the apocalypse. I believe that the correct term for this is Fortuna. This was an ancient Lemurian technology, a wisdom unparalleled. I never imagined that Lemurian ideas would be so similar to the diagram I've named the world formula. This is strong evidence that human civilization should gradually shed possibilities as it continues to explore and evolve. The end of humankind may well be upon us right now. That's unpleasant. Interesting. The sparks of civilization shall run out unless we consider introducing variables from outside the system. Variables, surely that can only mean one thing. Again, that's the Traveler. The variable from outside the system. Descenders. But again, it's... They're basically going over what was done in the Narzissenkreuz questline for people who didn't do that, though to be fair, if you have, there are bonuses. There was a cutscene back in the Moon Prayer Night last patch where we could show the Sword of Narzissenkreuz to Sandrone because we'd done that quest. Dottore likely captured the Traveler because of his Dissenter status. But the Three Moons' authority comes from the world itself. Why would Dottore need anything beyond that? To escape. To go beyond the world when he gets bored. You can hear her scribbling. Cute. Where does this variable factor in? The world formula calculates the fate of an entire world. Introducing a variable would therefore give us... the fate of multiple worlds. Pulonia. Search keyword pathway. Bring me all relevant books. Pathway. Oh, but it's not there. It's here. Okay. Related content. Hello. Scan. Ancient log. Following Guillotine's instructions, the research went well. Created a clockwork mecha that can release energy. To be honest, we no longer need to call it a clockwork machine as it doesn't rely on elastic potential. It'll be compelling to see what results he achieves next in kinematics. There's no way old-fashioned clockwork mecha can withstand such power output. Then young geniuses must stumble now and then. The thought of using this sort of unstable energy source is impressive, though we have long observed these unique energies in Fontaine's atmosphere, water, and organisms. It has always been regarded as a latent threat rather than a potential resource. Again, that's Nemusia. Playable Sandrone. I wonder whether she's going to be Numarusia. Aren't there a few young geniuses too many nowadays? The director is pleased, sure, but would someone spare a thought for us ordinary people? I mean, not all of us are as simple-minded as Sherbius. Received a very high rating on the other paper mentioned, people getting angry at them. And that's that coming due. It received a very high rating. If the patent were to be granted, the potential financial gain would be considerable. However, I decided to decline the opportunity because the machine was practically all Guillotine's work and I can take no credit there. The family was quite angry about it, but as an engineer, one must have at least a little dignity and self-awareness. Still making improvements in output efficiency has increased. Seems to have been specially recruited. That's good. Had he continued that line of research, who knows what horrors he might have unleashed. Oh, so bring them into the Institute was maybe in part to try to get Renee and Jacob to stop doing Abyss stuff? Interesting. At this stage, we have to pull out. The director says everyone will be given a position and research resources after reconstruction. But I'm afraid if it were me, I would use this as an excuse for a major shakeup. People like me won't get recalled anyway. Never mind, I've been pretty happy these past few days. I guess I'll consider it my retirement. Go to the city and open a small workshop, repairing watches for folks, cameras too. I'll see if I can make a waterproof clock. With the ways things are going, I might make a killing in the future. Because it's gonna get drowned. Oh, that's interesting, actually, because... Let me check. The clock workshop in Fontaine. Let me just see the waterproof clock. And that's Strange Stone Chronicle 2. That may be related to Cheso, the gem merchant. There was a quest with Puka the Melusine. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Puka the Melusine, who we found this strange stone, and the gem was used to make her a waterproof clock. Waterproof clockula. But it's interesting to see things coming due, so to speak. Ancient log Jacob Ingold. Anyway, when it comes down to it, our research directions are different, so I applied for a new research lab with the director. But there's nothing for it anyway. Elaine is incredibly intelligent, but he only trusts himself, doesn't trust her observations or accomplishments unless he reaches the same conclusions through his own calculations. Well, it's okay since Elaine is making the world a better place in his own way. I trust him because it's the world that Anne lives in. Even though the Institute is full of people, I don't have many friends besides Carter. Feels like everyone kind of dislikes us. Renee managed to acquire something powerful to research. Apparently these appeared after the disaster and are very dangerous for most people. I feel okay, maybe my constitution really has gotten a lot better. Breacher Primuses? Rifthounds? I helped Renee out. When I visited, I found out that he also attended Narzissenkreuz Institute. We didn't tell him about the vice director abandoning us, or it would have made him sad. Well, we could have helped him just like I was helped. After discussing it with Renee, he finally agreed to give it a try. He said since it's dangerous, everything needs to be made clear to Carter. He must make the judgment himself as it concerns his own life. But if it's successful, then he'll survive just like I did, that is, getting infused with Abyss. And that. Okay, Lyris was the director. Basil was the vice director. So it wasn't Basil abandoning them. It was Basil went to go fight and died. Ancient logs. Seems the ordinary Dari, that is Conria, machines can no longer satisfy him. As a result, the director used national resources to do something truly horrifying. Probably that ruin grader, the indestructible ruin grader. Rumor has it that someone was nearly killed. I hope this will help it achieve its research objectives. Even got him some Dari mechanical parts being studied by Sumeru researchers as part of the package. Things went out of control for a third time. Guillotine may be willing to risk his own life, but that doesn't mean the rest of us feel the same. Came up with an emergency damage control strategy, and I hope we won't need to use it before he finishes his kinematics research. However, given his personality, it seems unlikely that he'll ever truly complete that research. It seems that his experiments into machines were intended to create a mechanical dog, that's Seymour. He was Marianne's helper, originally as proof of his accomplishments in kinematics and material science. It's actually a good idea, and could be showcased in the city, and the creature is much more personable and likable compared to the automated turret next door, and those are the immobile mechs that we've seen as well. And we lived long enough to be poached by the Narzissenkreuz hunters as a lane to join them. It wasn't easy for us to survive this long either. What will we do with this blasted crazy killing machine that can repair itself? Whatever, that's a problem for future generations. And yeah, exactly, they're talking about the indestructible ruin grader back in Fontaine. Of course, it's destroyed now. Yay us. But it's very funny that of all things, that is being spoken about. Let me see. The other machine. Right. And what were the other things they said about the indestructible one? Just make sure. Right. Okay. Yeah. Just make sure, check the original one. Okay. Well, more or less. Taming the machine. Okay. Alright. Keyword not located. Yeah. And that again. Yeah. Couple more. Automata key. Sermon dictation explications on the Chymical Marriage. And again, that's Rosicrucianism. Fundamentally, the ancient orders designated as marriage was in essence an interpenetration of ontologically distinct orthans. As you can see, as a magic set in motion by the three particles above the kingdom. Its metaphysical origin lies in the emanations of the four particle beneath the firmament, false sky. And that three moons, presumably. Four particles. So we did have the orthants back in the Fontaine quest, though it was life, death. One was self, right? Will? Let me... wishes, memory, souls, and persona. Yeah, none of those are specifically... Yeah. And then they turn into will. They're not mapping to the artifacts. The alchemists of Condor are prone to disregard metaphysical sentiment and effect, pursuing instead the goal of the ignorant within the material world. It is for this reason that their crude inquiry cannot be compared to the great undertaking we are to achieve today. Witness my great undertaking. One that is founded upon ancient Romurian-style theory. 3 pertains to appearance, while 4 pertains to the intrinsic. 7 obtained through their overlap constitute the number of paths for vertical transcendence. Appearance and intrinsic. We designate this process of overlap as marriage, for the union of the two through a mediating medium is akin to the matrimonial covenant of those bound in mutual love. Observe and compute the pathway displayed in the guidance diagram, deconstructing and reversing its effects to generate potential ideas. And for the West, there is one thing everyone must keep in mind. Solve the first half of the equation, leave the second unattacked. We have all in the clear light and some, though not all, in the dark. This is not because they possess any sanctity that renders them untouchable, but because they offer no benefit whatsoever to the world formula. Only mediocre minds which beyond a certain measure would actively seek to trespass upon such prohibitions, because in the eyes of the ignorant, taboo and precious are semantically identical. They fail to recognize that in most cases, taboo, like convention, lacks merit for deeper inquiry. Take heed, what we speak of is not the act of overlaying your dream upon the dream of gods, overlaying your your will in the starry sky upon ineffable sacrifices and despair. We do not speak of falling emanations who receive ascension to the ranks of gods. This is a base dream doomed to perish within an eggshell, because within the false sky, if you ascend to Celestia, it's just... you're stuck. They talked about receiving a vision as basically eating up your destiny as well. What I aim to teach you all is the principle of transcendence, the infinite expanse, the innumerable stars within it. You too must act in this manner, unbound by any constraint, to choose division for the sake of convergence, necessary path of marriage. Right, and then they became the Hydrotulpa. At its core, magic is the science and art of affecting change according to the consciousness. Marriage is the instrument through which the art is realized. It is neither the subject that creates art nor the object that art is created upon. The subject is always and can only ever be consciousness itself. One who is free from the weakness of consciousness bows neither to the gods nor death. So it's basically destroy your own mind and become the Tulpa. Right. But before we hand it over, check the last one. The research notes of Master Ruggiero. I believe that's in the Shaded Castle, right? Let me see. Let me see. Shaded Castle. No, that's... No. Petrichor and the castle connected to the... Okay. Heartopia. The faded castle. And the Shaded Castle was in Elden Ring, that's right. Ruggiero's notes. Form of substance. Let's see something. The Faded Castle isn't really speaking about that. Not seeing anything there. About the Golden Troop. What kind of game? Is it like animals and stuff, or... Let me see. Research notes of Master Ruggiero, but it's not showing that there. Ruggiero is the name of a fair from the Matter of France, but that's really just reference. Okay. And then we can kill each other. Comparative studies have been conducted on the surviving ruins of ancient orders from across the land. While they all had different names, the scripts and images left behind support the conclusion that they share the same origin. Ancient scholars believe that all arcane arts originate from a pre-Romarian civilization. A belief that now seems much more than mere speculation. Fortuna seems to be the name of a symphony Romarian musicians call it the Musica Mundana, the music of origin. In their eyes, the rise and fall of civilizations, as well as the fates of mortals, are orchestrated by the movements of a symphony. When a civilization perishes, a new one is always born in its way, right? Cyclical history, not the exact same things happening, but the cycle. And nothing's more important than 3D graphics. They call the, Game Awards Bala. Their philosophical... I'm kidding. Philosophical system is complex and enigmatic, bearing almost no relation to modern Fontaine's natural philosophy. However, this is hardly surprising. According to historical records, after Romari was brought to ruins, the refugees fell under the Loch Knight Arrhenius' sway. That's the one who had Fiorina's weapon. They willingly forsook their ancient faiths, tongues, and writings, embracing a life of devotion to the gods as our forebears once had. I'm joking. I hinted at the matter to the Golden Hunter in an oblique way. The Marchese hunters who first pledged themselves to his cause were all descendants of the Loch Knights. Praising the benevolence of Arrhenius seemed like the safest approach. I inquired about his knowledge of natural philosophy from that era. He was silent for about a half a minute and then told me not to probe too deeply to those ancient philosophies, saying there was a reason they had been forgotten. So as a gesture of gratitude, the Golden Hunter was willing to tell me the names of these patterns. If you need to sleep, you can sleep. And of course, this is the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, which was used as a diagram, the Orthents, too. Some time ago, that map. And there was also a quest where, not a quest, but a little challenge where we activated some lanterns and made a similar pattern. Using the lantern. Okay. Well, if you keep up like this, then you'll never eat, and you'll just starve to death below. It'd be sad. The seal of Chymical Marriage, according to him, the symbol is even older than the Romurian civilization itself. It's one of the gifts bestowed upon King Remus by the Golden Bee. Sibylla, the former angel, what exactly those were remains unclear. The rise and fall of empires and civilizations, the ascension of mortals, and the emanation of light, what is this? I mean, dreams of surpassing the gods, what is this? Elements? All of these can be represented by this formula. I cannot understand it at all. Decline to elaborate. But the Sefirot, as it's called, is about the emanations of the divine. I cannot understand it at all. He declined to elaborate, and so I can only record these matters here as they were told to me, in hopes that those who come after might one day decipher their meaning. Keyword not located. Okay. Let's deliver these to Sandrone. Atomic instrument dictation, explications like chemical marriage, these titles are pretty esoteric. Observe and compute the pathway displayed in the guidance diagram, deconstructing and reversing its effects to generate potential ideas. And I imagine we have to get the diagram for her. So it's one of Renee's draft lectures. Deconstructing the pathway, I suppose that could lead to a breakthrough. More notes. Oh, this is so on. This guy sure showing off his knowledge. Okay. Pulonia. Pulonia is each keyword tree model and bring me all relevant books. Yeah, Kabbalistic Tree of Life. Search related content, and it's more books. Oh no. Oh no. The History of the Decline and Fall of Remuria, collected edition. That's... Let me see. Decent time. Decline and Fall of... Roman Empire, maybe. I guess. History of the Decline and Fall of Remuria, collected edition. The ocean gave birth to all, yet also devoured everything. Legend has it that in the first era, the earliest peoples were self-supporting in their virtue, needing no laws or authorities. Very Greek Golden Age type deal. The envoys of the heavenly city walked the earth, and with their guidance, the people enjoyed enduring peace, prosperity, and abundance from the ancient days. As heaven blessed rain west, countless generations until people grew tired of their inscrutable eternity. Their offspring ceased to listen to the oracles and said they desired things never promised them by the divine, trying to break free from their fate. Enraged by their behavior, heaven sent gigantic waves to smash the settler cities. 100 days of rain came afterward. The roaring tides drowned all sin and arrogation, thus were the early peoples brought to an end. The tide receded, and the earth was revealed again. No cities nor civilizations now Above the high waters, survivors and the newborn alike lived amidst the forests and rivers, shorn of all knowledge and wisdom. There's the prayers set. Circle it. That prayers for springtime? Or... let me see. Artifact set. Tiara of Frost. The end of a cycle. See that then. Tiara of Thunder. Thunder first pierce the skies. The Hydra one. Yep. And the ancient flames were extinguished amidst the first falling rains. Right. Prayers for illumination. The eternal ice had just begun to thaw. Blanketed in unending ice. So frost was first. Interesting. Which is consistent, you know, going through the prayers, the force artifact sets, the pyro, electro, hydro, and cryo time effect decrease sets, which are 4-star only. Let me see. Earth shall be renewed. The envoys of the gods. The end of a cycle. Product of prosperity. Interesting. Life was weak and the earth was blanketed in unending ice. That was the Hyperborean period. The eternal ice had just begun to thaw and the first fires were still new. Presumably that's not Lantian. And then the Tiara of Torrents, the ancient flames extinguished amidst the first falling rains. Right. Period. And the Tiara of Flame. So that went from not wanting to Remurian, presumably. And the last one that we have is the Electro one. The waters ran dry as thunder first pierced the skies. So Crown Aria is presumably Electro Inazuma to the extent that it matters. Let me see. Dendro Prayers Circlet. Which is in the data, but never actually found. Prayers for Destiny. Let me see. No, not Destiny, it's... Dendro Prayers Circlet. That was... No. Tiara of... Let me see that there. Prayers for... Prayers for the... No. No, because it was never actually implemented. But there was a... I guess Honey Impact just doesn't show it anymore? That sucks. Glacier and Snowfield. I guess the artifacts... Honey Impact just doesn't show data mine stuff anymore. Oh, that's crazy. Well, that sucks. Buh. Yeah. It's on the Academia app. But it doesn't have the description anymore, does it? Oh, Lord. Yeah, so that's all gone. Stupid. The lore is actually gone on that thing. It's gone forever. Lame. Data mined. Honey impact. Glacier and Snowfield. There was originally a novice set that's gone forever now too. There are things that they'll show in-game that's just gone forever. Or not extant, but they don't show that anymore. Literal lost media. Well, no one can actually read that lore anymore. That's crazy. But Glacier and Snowfield was all about the original Knight of Boreas. It was meant to increase the power of cryo reactions, and it's not in the game anymore. Oh my goodness. Let me see. But it's just no longer the Dendro Circlet. Dendro Prayer Circlet. And the word of that is gone. Because the data miners don't show it anymore. No, it was Prayers of the Firmament, which was, it was actually Animo. Right, which can't even... Right. You can't actually have any permanent Animo effect, because it's Animo effect for less time. But you can't maintain Animo aura on you. It can only swirl an existing. Right. But the lore's gone. There's the few places that still have that information, don't have the lore description. Stupid. Honey Hunter World. It's crazy, because they actually took it off Honey Hunter because they aren't allowed to show data mine stuff anymore? That's crazy. Okay. That's the issue. Prayers for the Firmament. Description. But there's just nothing about it on the wiki anymore. That sucks. Tiaras. Tiara of the Firmament. And when the distant thunders ceased and the mighty winds arose, and why did... It's gone forever. There's no place on the internet that actually has its description anymore. I don't know if Hoyo said that Honey Impact wasn't allowed to host information there anymore unless they took away what was data mineable, but that's crazy. Or maybe just because they actually removed it, but still. Yeah, but it's Cryo, Pyro, Hydro, then Electro. And then based on the old stuff that's no longer in the game, and then Animo, but... Survivors and the newborn alike lived amidst the forest and river short of all knowledge and wisdom. Human lives were no different from those of wild animals on the earth or in the sea, driven on by the laws of nature, muddling through time with neither beginning nor end. Untold years passed, the throne of Guraban was established and overturned in the far south. Hmm. Interesting. Hyperborean period. Noble kindred of the East once reached the rim of the high waters. All while our ancestors remained bound by ignorance and superstition. Is that not Lantian then? Yeah, by process of elimination that's not Lantian, which I guess makes sense, because that was when the dragons were in charge. And human civilization, not really a thing. Civilization and order were finally restored to the land named Fontaine. The great day the great king Remus descended upon Meropes in his golden fortuna. He taught people how to farm and raise crops in the land, and built temples and cities with giant rocks to house the people. Most importantly, it was he who spread the beauty of music and art, which differentiated humans from other living things, causing them to see themselves as masters of all things. With his immortal fleet, Remus conquered all the islands on the high waters. Even the great dragon beneath the abyssal depths submitted to his power. Those were the best days since the end of earliest peoples, and eternal prosperity seemed so near at hand. The God King and his people indulged in the sweet dreams of carefree lives and fantasies of never-ending progress. However, the seer's prophesied discord. The greatest empire will face the most utter destruction, and this is Fortuna. Thus did the God King derive the primordial plan from the 7-day rotation of the flowing winds of sea and land. It was a harmonious symphony of prosperity. Believe that so long as all the cities echoed with its greatest of songs, they would escape the judgment of fate and at last reach the land of eternal bliss. Thus we do, the ancient writers concur. Oceans will rise, empires will fall, and the only constant is change. That's Heraclitus, the last part. More or less. The flood. Greatness and glory unto Remuria and its immortal ruler Remus, king of all under heaven and universal Harmos. Today, the glamour and luxury of the bygone eternal city is beyond the imagination of even the most knowledgeable scholars. As you sail past the ocean pillars along the royal fairway to the giant port playing host to Fortuna, the imperial ship, you would have first seen a lofty tower. The Tower of Remuria was not built to receive heavenly oracles, but to guide ships traveling between islands in the high waters. It said that the tower stood at the border of reality and dreams. Even if sailors would be lured into slumber by sirens, they could follow the sound of the bell to break through the mist and find their way to Remuria. Continuing along the royal fairway, leading to Makimos, where the brave Remurian warriors lived. The grand temples and arenas were built with giant carved rocks to commemorate the city's glory and victory. The solid and towering walls are decorated with glaze and gold. Bronze and marble statues arrayed the land, and gold spices and specialties from the world over piled up in the markets. Traveling through Makimos, you would arrive at Capitolium, the center of Remuria, overflowing with delightful aromas and beautiful melodies. It was a paradise for artists, where only the most outstanding intellectuals and musicians were allowed. Even among them, however, only a small fraction enjoyed the privilege of serving the God King. Here all the theaters and palaces were established in shapes most harmonious, their beams and domes adorned with the most sumptuous and intricate carvings and centered on a golden palace of towering copper pillars. The king, resting peacefully at the heart of the palace, listened closely to every melody and every note coming from every corner of the empire. Upon hearing any discord, the God King would correct it immediately with a pluck of his strings, bringing perfection to the symphony of his empire. To keep all the people upon the high water from destroying the symphony of universal harmony, King Remus promoted 4 humans of great capability to high posts. He shared his power and authority with them, making him his partners in governance of the Harmos for all cities, to eliminate all discordant sounds. To spread the harmonious symphony throughout the world, he built far-reaching fairways, which conveyed the melodies as never-ending ripples from Capitolium to every corner that sat above the high waters. It's like the Aquabus. Yet fate's decree was not for even such as gods to defy. To even attempt to escape destined judgment was a mortal sin. Amongst the God King's sins, the most terrible is the attempt to pass power that should have been reserved for the godly domain to humans. Thus his power and status led to corruption and decadence, leading to violence and revolts. Such is fate's cunning that uses the very powers that rebel against it to its own ends. When the day of destiny arrived, Remuria, the grand immortal city, faced an inevitable end. Today the God King's melody is played only in Capitolium, and his mighty reign has ended. Thusly do the ancient writers concur: oceans will rise, empires will fall, and the only constant is change. Humans in their naivete once believed that the reign of the King Remus and his eternal city would surpass time and fate to last thousands of years. It's like the giant rocks comprising the ringed ritual sites. Until that day when the earth collapsed all at once, the tall tower was uprooted and drowned in the titanic waves alongside the great hall of pillars. Until that day when the royal fairways and temples were reduced to ruins in the city along with its residents, warriors, intellectuals, nobles, even the golden palace as glamorous as the shining sun, fell into a chasm of eternal darkness. That was the moment when the absurdity of their eternity finally dawned on them. Glory to our noble navigator, the ruler of rivers and seas, and the queen of all waters. May she defend the law, and may her reign be long. Would that be Egeria or Arrhenius? Probably Egeria. Peace be upon all the realms of Fontaine and all the people under the heavens. When the royal city collapsed, the great power shattered. People above the high water were perched on the precipice of barbarism and annihilation. It was our noble queen who settled the conflicts between the tribes. That's probably Arrhenius, right? Well. Around the flowing springs, we established cities new and started a world guided by laws that has endured to this day. The tragedy of Remuria occurred merely a century ago, but its history has already become concealed in legends and superstitions. This has partly come down to the fatal catastrophe that destroyed it. So ruthless and swift was the disaster that all the researchers in literature capable of passing down said knowledge now sleep beneath the waters with the Eternal City. Now, the reason is the purposeful distortions created by the mysterious creatures who claim to be descendants of Remuria, the Golden Troop. My job is to extract and reproduce the true essential shape of this magnificent ancient civilization within the universal rationality of history. Certain folklore that exists today, even the greatest of ancient scholars have been painted as soul-stealing magisters who entrap mortal spirits within specially made magical golems, binding them into service. To be sure, the Remurians did make such terrifying golems, which to this day may be found ruined out in the wild. But this may only be blamed upon the moral degeneration that came upon them in Remuria's later days. Its people had forsaken their noble duties and embraced hedonism and debauchery, accepting the violence they inflicted upon others, and thus were they also violently destroyed. Just as the ancient writers concur, oceans will rise, empires will fall, the only constant is change. Well, this is also just true, though. They did kind of put people in golems. The biography of Guillotine Deluxe Edition. Chapter 7, Guillotine in his later years. No one can know the root cause of every incident in the world. Humans are neither wise enough to predict the future nor able to stop unfortunate accidents from occurring. It's a shame. There's nothing more to say. Alain Guillotine, in response to a question about his early years from Nellie Cochran, chief editor of the Steambird. After retiring from the Fontaine Research Institute, Guillotine declined all invitations from the Poème Harmonia and civic organizations from the court of Fontaine. Instead, he withdrew to the Bale region countryside, living in near total isolation from society. Notwithstanding, even prior to this, the reclusive old man had never formed any deep connections with others. If we were to take Madame Nellie Cochran at her word, then Alain Guillotine was at heart a lonely shut-in, always burdened by a profound sense of insecurity. It was for this reason that he maintained a detached attitude toward others, as if by pretending to be unperceptive he could hide the keen sensitivity of his spirit. He could not ease his own pain nor share it with anyone. All he could do was enclose it like a pearl within the shell of his heart, shaping and polishing it with his very flesh and blood. Of course, Guillotine's students would not accept such claims, dismissing them as attention-seeking nonsense and nothing more than a smear on their master's reputation. It's the main reason why Ruggiero, the third director of the Fontaine Research Institute, filed a lawsuit against the Steambird. He never employed any servants to tend to his daily needs. There were rumors that in his youth he had created a mechanical device capable of independent thought, that's Sandrone, and he used it to assist him in his work with Marianne Guillotine at the Marche Phantom. As a result, he had no need for servants when he needed to create more of the same device. However, such claims were clearly at odds with the facts. Personal effects that Guillotine left behind after his death include nothing of this nature, and so-called mechanical devices capable of independent thought are entirely inconsistent with the ideas he expressed in his manuscripts. He wrote in hierarchical calculating machines and intelligence. The real question isn't whether machines can think, but whether humans can. Fontaine Natural Philosophy and Engineering Science Press, 3rd edition, section 13, page 5. We have every reason to believe that whatever contraptions Guillotine crafted in his workshop in his later years were deliberately destroyed long ago. After all, it's hardly uncommon for an engineer to discard their designs. Popular fiction has offered many flights of fancy about these contraptions, yet all such tales contradict the surviving evidence. Nevertheless, we must recognize that as a cultural symbol, Alain Guillotine's posthumous work has been instrumental in stirring the imaginations of the young. Okay. Basically just reading. Sandrone moment. You were not located. Relevant mechanical blueprint, keyword not located. Time Trekker, collected edition. Oh, this is just stories. Oh my goodness. Is this anywhere else? Isn't this just a book? Okay. Guess I can read over this, but this is literally just a random book in the middle of nowhere. It's pointless. It's actually a book that's collectible in game too. This is a story from many years ago after the evening banquet. Miss Aviva, who later today would meet Lady Ninonen. Both those are palindromes. This is always theatrically grousing to us about the all-too-swift march of science. Her grasp on engineering is even less firm than her knowledge of what Tatsumi Island's solar quality, and of course she knows nothing about the latter either. Self-proclaimed interest in engineering was in vogue among some ladies and gentlemen at the time. Her ancestors already conquered this land thousands of years ago. She said as he cleared her throat, showing her jade plume, blue gem, and crested folding fan, endeavoring vain and forward visage of despondency. A few hundred years ago, they conquered the oceans by easy using new diving equipment. Today, some noble young folk of the sun and caught in their hands used to so trip and gravimeter to break free from the earth's shackles and conquer the skies, and surely I fear their dream may yet become a reality in the near future. Indeed, it is just as you say, humans are what a mighty and energetic species, which is such great wisdom. No matter the circumstances, humans ever seek to change the living conditions to the unimaginable passion, the Steamboat editor immediately opined. Truth, when it comes to mechanical engineering theory, humanity is already in part with the Creator. We've conquered most of the natural world, and by the world, they can shape this world anew. Oh, that's not what I mean to see, Miss Aviva said with an infected sigh. Assistant dark unknown continents, those ruins hidden deep beneath the seas, all that romantic exploration trailblazing, such great achievements, that which has put the glorious achievements of our science and reasoning on full display, have all becoming a monster of civilization. Forebears reach too high and achieve too much, leaving too little for us to explore or conquer. Born too late to explore the world, born too early to explore the universe. Could there be a sadder fate to all those ladies and gentlemen among us who were born to crave the exploration of the unknown? Here are a pretentious invocation of the legendary King Argeadai's word. Alexander? He wept, for there was nothing left to conquer. The words seemed to attempt to prove how truly this state of affairs hurt her. However, everyone simply sat around lazily misgiving polite nods. Lady L lightly yawned. Another palindrome. Seeing how no one answered Miss Aviva's enthusiasm faded, she proceeded to switch to next week's ball. This was evidently a more popular topic, so the atmosphere once again grew lively. Monsieur Retard, another palindrome, was just about to regale us with a tale here in Samara regarding a tower made in a glass ball. But before we begin, Mr. Sirik, another palindrome, who had remained silent until now, interrupted. To Miss Aviva, things you said certainly left an impression on me, who had a cigarette. However, you need not worry, there is still one space yet to be suited to us humanity. You have required techniques to not merge, I feel it will never be. Where's that Retard's sudden look on his face? He had been so confident about his monkey story after all time. When fell silent momentarily before all present woke out until laughter. What preposterous Dr. Ruggiero declared. Try not to laugh. Firstly, how can time be considered a part of space? You separate yourself from time and it exists independently in space alone. What do you mean? I mean to, at this moment, still be speaking to me and enact a Sefirot trace. Is this possible? He waited for a moment, as if waiting for the others to think. Obviously, anyone with the capacity for reverse thought would know for certain that, much like length, width, and height, time is also a dimension of space, as such as part of nature, and thus be conquered. Fourth dimension? That's controversial. Utterly preposterous, the doctor muttered, but did not refute the statement. I've been involved in research of this sort for some time, but continue to come up with a machine that can allow people to travel through time as they please. This machine will be ready in 2 months. At this time, Ms. Aviva, I invite you and all the ladies and gentlemen present here to my workshop. Bear witness to man's next great achievement, the conquest of time. Ms. Aviva did not speak. In fact, from her expression, her noble friend did not understand Mr. Sirik's words at all. Near the end of the time machine, if I recall correctly, when he goes to the future, there's a giant crab. It's one of the few things I remember besides the Eloy and Morlocks. Back when I read the the kids' version of it when I was like 8. But what I didn't know that back then is that H.G. Wells was a socialist and was basically intended to be a metaphor for a future where class divisions had become so solidified that the poor and the rich became different species. 2 months later, we, the Steamboat editor, the Dr. Mr. Revilo Oliver, and that is just Oliver backwards, another palindrome. And others who had attended that evening banquet came to Sirik's workshop as agreed. Ms. Aviva was not there, for she never had much interest in such things, but instead found more meaning in attending a social ball at Nod-Krai taught. Surprisingly, Sirik had grown older and more frail in just 2 months. Has he been time traveling? The dim light of the lamp, his once enthusiastic, arrogant expression, had hardened to something indifferent and solemn, almost like the emaciated aesthetics of Sumeru. More complaining about Sumeru. He welcomed us to take our seats, speaking in a calm tone. Well then, how is your plan to conquer time progressing? The Steamboat editor asked directly, where's the time machine you spoke of? Sirik did not reply, instead he pointed the decks next to him. Gazes fell in the middle of that table was a gold-plated whale-shaped model airship about the size of a small clock. Even a non-professional eye could readily discern that model was of exquisite craftsmanship. Beneath its clear crystal shell, an indistinguishable and formless color flowed ever so slowly, glowing faintly in the lampshade's shadow. So, the doctor said, it took you 2 months to make this little toy that would amaze even Lapote's artisans. It certainly looks like nothing special, Sirik said, an inscrutable emotion shining in his eyes that could almost be called pity. This is simply a projection the object is left in this moment, just as one can only see a thin line when viewing paper from the side. Withering nonsense. For some reason, Sirik did not refute that statement, merely asking us in a calm tone to hear him out concerning his time travel experiences. We agreed, and so I began to tell you the story I shall now relate below without interruption from beginning to end. For all of you, it was 2 months ago when I first told you the idea of a time machine. Somewhere it must have been a week ago when I finished constructing said device and stepped into it, initiating the first instance of time travel in human history. Strange sensations that came over me as I traveled through time are beyond words, just as there are no words with which one can impress the stars' brightness upon a blind person. About 20 minutes after this, so describing time travel by using subjective time is quite meaningless. The machine ceased operation. I looked about me then and realized that I was in a marine imperial settlement. The round temples and arenas carved of titanic stone make the upper Epicles hang its head in shame. All of the creations of Owen Guillotine would be little more than a child's wind-up toy before the tower were marine golems. Just as I was beside myself in awe, a few patrolling troops discovered me. Seeing my strange knowledge dress, they took me as a spy for the barbarian tribes. They seized me, naming me a lowly slave, a degenerate believer to a false god, threatened to throw me into deep cistern to feed the vipers. Luckily, the local Aedial later found out that her name was Idea Anavana. That's Palindrome 1, Palindrome 2. Realized that my identity was anything but ordinary and had me set before her. She endured my calamitous grammar and catastrophic accent. At that time, I could not even pronounce her word with it coming out something more akin to Emuia. The emus did win the Emu War, while asking me many questions which I answered truthfully. Quickly, she accepted the fact that I was from the future and showed me a stone slate the slaves had recently dug up. The slate was a perfect square, each line and column engraved with 7 symmetrical sequences of symbols. These are not Romarian script, but rather the characters we use today. Regardless of the manner in which the text was read or the order or direction, the information within the text did not change. It was an elaborate riddle involving dogs, pastures, sign finches, the summer rains, the song of the roses, wishful and tiger stripes, and the ordered patterns of routes. Despite my long-time love of wordplay games, this endless cycle of riddles made me terribly dizzy. For some reason, I knew that I must solve it no matter the price. I spent half a year doing so alongside Adia, and as it turns out, the key to deciphering it lay with the name of a slave now 30 years dead. The answer was a date set several hundred years after the Empire's fall. I bid Idea farewell and stepped back upon the time machine, forwarding myself to that date in hopes of finding the secret behind that stone slate. I met several Marchesay hunters, and they showed me another stone slate, which again had 49 mirrored characters on it, formed another riddle. Again, the answer was a date, one set in the future still further off. Following these stone slates' directions, I crisscrossed the fabric of past and future, shoving back and forth 13 times. Each stone slate's riddle was trickier than the last. One of them could only be cracked using a bad romance novel, then it could only be published 300 years hence. The 5th word of the 37th page of that book would form a conjugate with the full name of the 375th Marsan Gardeniage officer from 375 years ago. Another riddle cipher is based on a white flower that will only bloom several millennia in the future. Is that an Intivat? I know not its name, and its pistol structure is very strange indeed. Might be a mallow of some sort, but I cannot be sure. That flower is nourished by skyward calls, and so one of the clues to its cipher was the number of ribs on a skyward during Romarian times. African or European. I suppose that is, generally speaking, just how the riddles worked. Final stone slate came from the underground storeroom at the Basil Elton Memorial Museum and had not but one number on it, 0. I do not know what I was thinking at the moment. After all, setting my destination 0 is an action utterly devoid of meaning. But I punched the number into my machine all the same and pulled the control lever. After who knows how long, the machine stopped. I sensed that it was floating atop a sea with no waves or tides, for even the wind did not exist at that moment. The sky that loomed overhead was not blue, but a dark red adorned with countless stars pale and distant like salt frost lining the shore. It's surprisingly normal about... correct about the abyss, I suppose? Before the creation of the world. I started this very first of oceans transfixed, primordial sea, and several minutes passed before I realized that there was something shadowy hidden beneath the placid surface. It was a play harmony which should not be there. That moment I could hear someone calling my name, Neven Sirik, the voice called. She picked it up because it was about time travel. Gave her some ideas. The turn was like looking into a mirror. A man identical to myself looking me dead in the eye just as I did to him. Neven Sirik, he continued, you wish to conquer time, no one can do that. It was you who left those riddles behind. It was you who left those riddles behind. He repeated my question as if it was an answer. Because again, it's a stable time loop, just like Columbina is doing right now. Those riddles are part of time, and every matching symbol is time itself. So the final answer to the riddle of time is 0. 0 is not an answer, instead it's another mystery, for the answer cannot be found in the riddle. The answer to, he said, the answer to time's riddle is a mirror, or perhaps I should say, and Columbina is using mirrors to interact with events. I should say that is the answer that's simplest to comprehend. When two mirrors face each other, time is the infinite reflection of light therein. Countless diverging, converging, and parallel lights from the illusion we call time. There is no past or future, for the past is the future. As you stand here at moment 0 and look forward along the gap between the two mirrors, all beams of light fall along the same plane, and not one may escape. The play Mermoni had already sunk long before it was ever built, and the sunken play will be raised anew. Joy, sorrow, tears, and death must infinitely recur, for this is the nature of a mirror. Similarly, you can never conquer time, just as you can never grasp your shadow in your hand. Infinite recurrence. Perhaps it was horror or momentary frenzy, but when he finished, I whipped out the firearm I kept for self-defense, leveled at his head, and pulled the trigger. This is the part of a looper. The room was silent. I do not expect you to believe me, Sirik said as he stood up, his eyes sweeping the room. Take it as a bunch of bunk that I made to cover for my inability to make a time machine. Make of it some lame tale, a dream born purely of delusion. In case, ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave of you. My future self awaits a riddle that I must set him. I never saw Sirik Neven again. Exactly. It's Looper. Yeah, these are ones that do exist elsewhere in the world. Keyword not located. Great Detective Herlock, the Alchemist, and the Clockwork Saint. Chapter 6. So the story ends like this. Herlock Sholmes sat down and lit his pipe, but the rest of us, whether it was Ancient Gina, Miss Jacoba, or the Commissioner, Miss H.E., looked at each other in confusion. This is probably a reference to the fact that the original Arsène Lupin novels had Herlock Sholmes as a stand-in for Sherlock Holmes, because Sherlock Holmes was a copyrighted character. You must still remember the locations of the 4 previous cases were equidistant. There was a symmetrical pattern between the time, space, and even the first letters of the 4 victims' names Herlock said. Also, like Gina's deduction was completely off the mark. The murderer knew that she, 4, was using basic knowledge of the mystic arts, but assumed that the followers of Lilia Crucis Ordo treat the patient as necessary ritual sacrifice, so the culprit let her believe that her assumption was entirely correct. There's more books. But when Duke St. Germanus departed, that's... reference to the Count of St. Germain, I believe. He clearly said... Your Detective Herlock. Lilia Crucis Forum. Where was that mentioned? Well, whatever. Virgil. Well, one way or another. He clearly said that everything was beyond redemption, that the next case would also. Agent Gina protested somewhat reluctantly. He's only a genius when it comes to mechanics and everything else. He's just an ordinary person. Herlock paused and continued. He's always been the type of like things he can fully understand, just like you, Gina. I get it, Mr. Jacoba said, and suddenly, my dear Herlock. Now everything's crystal clear. The 4th victim wasn't a carefully planned murder. It's pure coincidence. We wanted to kill those 3 unfortunate gentlemen to avenge his comrades in the Lilia Crucis Ordo. The traps he set weren't limited just those 3 locations. He was worried that the plan might fail, since the 3 victims were all well-protected figures after all. So he added a few extra traps, and he never expected that with Gina's interference, the plan would go far more smoothly than intended. Miss Jacoba, please don't speak of our the accomplishment. Agent Gina's face turned as red as a Sensetia. She protested indignantly. How adorable. Indeed, Herlock said calmly. It was unclear whether he meant that Miss Jacoba's deductions were correct, or that Agent Gina was indeed an accomplice. Most of the experimental devices proposed by the Lilia Crucis Order are built based on simple, basic tree monological structures, and it was in the fictional book. Now we found the keyword. They do not recognize their own masters, following only the commands they were initially given, so they end up killing said masters. This is why I keep saying don't put too much trust in Clockwork Mecha, and like humans, machines have no heart. ... I remained silent as usual. Miss Jacoba glanced at me with what seemed like a hint of puzzlement. What's wrong? Why are you standing there in silence? Is there something on your mind? No, I just didn't expect the truth to be so simple. Of course, my understanding of clockwork mecha cannot compare to that of the Duke St. Germanus. Well, I've done a bit of research. Says that those mechanisms were merely activated by Mr. Marcella's mishandling seemed a bit too contrived. To imply that there was another mastermind behind it all felt like stretching into the territory of conspiracy theories. All no one besides us could have pulled off the operation I envisioned. So I decided to abandon further speculations, choosing instead to enjoy the reactions of the adorable Agent Gina. Okay. This is why I don't understand deduction. Agent Gina seemed to regain her confidence, not to mention her mod sense of superiority over me. Excited she raised her fingers, and they were saying that it goes something like this. When you have eliminated the impossible, remains, however, improbable, may be the truth. Stop right there. That's Fonto something must rob something story. Yeah, exactly. It's the joke about not having the Sherlock rights. You don't have the publishing rights from their publisher. Sherlock took another drag from his pipe. He seemed to be lost and thought once more. Regardless, this case came to an abrupt close. A person who did not manage to witness the end, a person who did not manage to achieve his ideals. A person who indulged in fairy tales, who dreamt of following the hero he admired, never saw his dream achieved. Someone who had everything, someone who lost everything, someone who woke up, someone who would never wake again. I wonder if that's kind of talking about Owain. Unstinting in sacrifice, unflinching in farewell, undaunted by pain, yet in the end sacrifices remain only sacrifices, the partings remain only parting. Clocks tick through tranquil years, fish them in crystalline springs. About how grand a dream is, it will fade away like this forlorn, wordless silent, and after that, your tree model located, but it's just a fictional book. And oh, you can see he's carrying the book, which is presumably, you know, it's how he carries Sandrone. Most of the experimental devices proposed by the Crusades Order are built based on the simple and basic logical structure of a tree model. But it's not a tree as in Kabbalah Tree of Life, it's just machines though. Well, the Crusades, guess they were trying to cover up the name of the Narzissenkreuz Order? No, because this is just a fictional novel. And Duke St. Germanus departed, it seems that there's no going back. Alas, he is only a genius when it comes to machines. In all other things, he is but ordinary. Excuse me, I'm sorry, that's just ridiculous. What kind of book is this? Exactly. Wrong type of book. Right. Nanohon. Okay. Great Detective Sherlock. Meitante Huroku. The Alchemist and the Clockwork Saint. Isn't this a novel? Come on. Is that Albedo and Sandrone? So the author swears that they knew Renee well. Whatever, I guess it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Renee would say nonsense like that on occasion. Oh, so it's interesting. An insult to Owain, I suppose. Memory, which is souls and persona. Frankly, this sounds more like occultism, but if Albedo vouches for it, suppose there must be some alchemical basis to these techniques. And those are the four orphans. Right. The way Owain Guillotine saw it, the world was comprised of machines. The universe needed machines, and thus its technologies were created. That's why I was born. Yeah, explicit statement. You are a robot. You say it to yourself. No reason to bluff. You're a robot. Okay. Renee's full name was Renee de Petrichor, if I recall correctly. That's like saying the town must be intricately connected, yep, because his dad was the mayor, and then he got killed. Oops. That place was also the source of most of the information regarding the Remurian civilization. It's like some of his projects were based on their technology, again. Dissolving people into LCL and putting them in golems. The cutting of souls and storing of them in vessels. Seemingly unrelated techniques underpinned Renee's research. Assuming that the four orphans correspond to alchemical categories. Chemical. Memory, wish, souls, and persona. The chemical marriage model, Elaine would have scoffed at that. Never would have let those theories or parameters anywhere near his mathematical formulas.
これに関連する理論やパラメータを事象数式に組み込むなんてなおさらよ。
He was just a mechanic. But that's where his limits lie. Da-da-da. What was Elaine's view on Renee? I know he mentioned the name, albeit very rarely.
あまり名前を口にすることはなかったけど、たまに何か言っていたわね。
Oh, now I remember. Elaine's old notes are here too. They mentioned Renee once. There's a cray here. Furui memo. Renee seemed most out of sorts when he spoke to me. A lack of sweet foods has dulled his mind, I should think. By the way, his words are not to be believed. But he was right. The entire point of Narzissenkreuz questline is that Renee was right, if not for the Traveler. Yeah, that sounds like Elaine. My subordinates actually did a half-decent job digging out all these materials, makes a change, good for them. Yeah, because every other time we kind of stopped, we were working against Sandrone. When she tried to get her hands on Curve, or on Anefa, or... well, and when she tried to regain the core, it got put in the Quink craft shop. Some about Wayne's old files are completely consistent with these records, so gotten from the Tower of Gishtal, that is Ipsissimus. Never knew he got his hands on Renee's records that early. I may have kept them, but he never even attempted to use them. Don't believe a word they said. No choice now. Come to think of it, Renee's world form is full of calculations of constants. Shows you believe the fate of the world to be predetermined. Except for the variable, the centers. As for Elaine... oh, it's been too long, I forget what he said. What would he have said? A guy like him, fervent believer in missions, but not headstrong enough. The world can be changed, it is worth persevering. Yes, that's how he used to think at least. And created that procedure to save this world. And the scale of the world's fate proved too enormous. The result was beyond his ability to calculate. He is Elaine or Renee. He died having never seen the outcome, and there I was left behind the ashes of his dreams. No, so Elaine. His masterwork. Do you really never take a close look at Renee's research, or did you read it but deem his philosophy incompatible with your model? It is crazy that he made the robot based on his dead sister and then just did all this. It's like, what? Why? That... bit of a weirdo. The very thought of trying to incorporate his ideas probably made you feel sick to your stomach. Well, don't worry, because there's a whole new category of lunatic in town. Next to Tottori, every other madman looks sane. Once asked me what I wished for, should have asked him instead. He's the one pining for things he'd sooner die than witness. You were talking about the fact that playable Sandrone is probably going to be a matter of Sandrone discovering a wish. She has none. Right now, at least. So. I wonder what playable Sandrone's name would be. Sandrone or Marianne or... what name was she given by Elaine? It might have just been Sandrone. Even the tiniest variable can make big waves in the present. Probably just Marianne too. Now then, allow me to put these incompatible figures together in your stead. It's the Tree of Life. First establish and verify the existence of the Great Circle. Great Circle. People said that these are similar to the colors of the octopus in the Sunspray Resort, though to be fair, it's just every primary color, you know, every standard color except for It's just every standard color in black and white.
完全なる虚無
Absolute Neil on
完
one
全な
end.
る実在
Moog. Absolute
Some of
reality
that's
on the
in
other
my
end. Search
house,
between
Sabri.
these two extremes
条件
and
を
the
構
construction
築する
criteria.
変数
Variables.
文明の
The
灯
sparks of
火を消え
civilization
か
shall
け
run
て
out unless we consider introducing
外
variables
か
from
ら
outside the
変数
system.
を取り入れることを検討しない限り変数を
Input
代
variables.
入して世界
Traverse the world, space-time, and civilization, then extract the essential
記
notes
録
from the
から
records
必
to
要な
determine which
節目を
variables they
抽
point
出し
to.
それが指し示す変数を明らかにする虚無から
The
切り離
primordial
さ
power
れ
that
た
differentiated itself from the void, the
Genshin
power of
の力
light. Yes,
光の
light.
力光
Hikari.
記録
Records
ヒペル
Hyperborea.
ボレイヤ
Hyperborea. Dot dot dot. Oh, this is horrendously
複
complicated.
雑す
After
ぎる
that,
わ
still missing a
まだいくつか
few
の変数が
variables.
埋
I
まっ
need
て
to
い
think
ない
this
し
through again.
もう少し慎重に考えないとどうこの
How do you think it
モデル
looks?
狂人
Pulonia.
の落書き
The
みたいで
frenzied
しょ
scrawlings of a mad woman. Da da da.
だんまりね
Fine, keep it to yourself. It's not like you can talk
どうせ
anyway.
あなた
I'll
は
assume you
喋
gave
れ
it
な
a
いし
passing grade.
とりあえず肯定的な反応として捉えとくわそういえば
No jest, but true
精
madness
神を
does
病ん
often
だ人
start
の
with trying to
妄想
save the
って
world.
自分
Lord
が世界
Arlecchino
を
and
救うこ
Columbina
とか
think
ら
if they
始
saw
ま
this
るらしいわよ
incomprehensible hen scratch, they'd probably have me
私がこんな
institutionalized.
のを書いているところなんて見たらアルレッキーノとコロンビーナはきっと病院に連れて行くかもね
A robot?
あとロザリンも
So what, Rosalind? She's been dead for a while now. Haha.
亡くなって
Oops.
しまったけど目を閉じて思い出すと
I close my eyes and
彼
think
女
back,
の
I still
顔
see her
と
face and
あ
that
の
enormous
大きなドレ
dress
ス
she
が
used to
浮かん
wear.
でくるわ
Such a bizarre choice, what possessed her.
どうして
And the
ロザリン
clack-clack of
は
those heels
あ
used to
んな
drive
重
me
たそうなドレ
insane.
スを好んで着ていたの
Obviously,
か
she
しら
misses them. Can't be
加
honest
え
even
て
by
あ
herself.
の煩わしいヒールの音ときたら
Hmm.
別に
No one's
何
asking
も
me
聞かれて
obviously,
い
but
な
I
いけ
hope
ど
you all know that I
は
never
っ
wanted
き
to
り
save
言って
the
おくわ
world. Not crazy, I don't have
私
delusional
は
ambitions,
世
that's
界
a
を
clinical
救おうなん
fact.
て思っていない精神は至って正常だし、非
Soon
現
for the
実的な
world.
大それた願望を抱くとかそういった症状も出ていない世界
The
が
world
答えを
needs a
必要として
solution,
い
but I
る
don't
の
need the
であっ
world's
て
validation. It's the world
私が
begging
世
me for
界に
answers,
認め
not
ら
the
れ
other
よう
way
としている
around.
わけではないの
Hmm.
そして世界が私に懇願しているのであって私が世界に懇願しているわけでもないわ
Hmm. Tea time. So that's why you exist. Long quest. Really. A lot of reading. Take out the refreshments. Prepare tea. Pulonia. Plate refreshments. Fortune cookies. Serve the refreshments to Marionette. Those are just fortune cookies, right? Really? Okay. The dream. Oh, cookies to go with the tea. Let's see, they must be from that person who brought those
書類を持っ
documents.
てきてくれ
See,
た
they're
部下
from
が
a
買って
hotel
きた
de
んだった
bord.
かしらホテルドゥボールのお土産ね
Something's written on the box. We are proud to present this homage to the forced Sefirot's fun-filled meal collection system. Fortune cookies. Have a lucky start to your day.
ランダムフォーチュンクッキーを皆様にお届け今日の運勢を占ってみましょう
They originated in Japan. Yeah. Sounds like a dumb gimmick to me. Be early to bed, early to rise, get plenty of sun, and drink plenty of water. Surely things will go well for you. I don't think that really applies to a robot. What, are you kidding me? Somehow I doubt that an early nut in a glass of water naturally gonna save a world on the brink of existential peril. And now, escort the evacuees to Snezhnaya. Oh, and you're over in the northern area. Here it's Pyramida, the lab, and Meyer in the middle. Yoki, named subordinate. But the Welkin world has reached us that Lady Sandrone's troops are all in position. They're ready to act as soon as the order is given. Excellent, Yoroshi. The only thing is, they're fewer in number than we expected. It looks like many of them must have lost their lives at the hands of the monsters released by the doctor. Can be helped, allow them to join our ranks and keep in contact. It is interesting that she does have... I guess it makes sense, you know. The Fitchery operatives were there as well, as you wish. Oh, hey, we're Arla now. Can we activate that teleport waypoint? This is a... You know, presumably a multi-constellation Arla, but... Meet with Fartaglia. I was gonna try to activate that, but I guess we don't have a choice. Fire guy. It's been a while, Arlecchino. You look well. A reunion of Harbingers, and oh, there's that big barrier. Did Didori really have to build his lab right on the sole path between Snezhnaya and Nod-Krai? Go on a huge detour to stay out of its line of sight. So it's not directly connected to the mainland, but I guess, I mean, it's probably gonna be connected to the Snezhnaya mainland when they add Snezhnaya. But had to go on a huge detour to stay out of its line of sight. Sounds like an arduous journey. I assume he brought word from Her Majesty. Of course, all part of the job. Me and the non-active teleport waypoint. Firstly, the Servants is authorized between Internal Affairs, the Okrana, to review Dottori's case. They'll reach a formal verdict on whether he is turned traitor and whether he poses a threat to Snezhnaya. I don't think that's fast enough. The Okrana were... Wasn't that under Nicholas? Yeah. They were the... Okay. Interesting. They were the secret police right before the Russian Revolution. And then, of course, replaced with the Cheka and NKVD. While they're working on that, I've been ordered to come to receive the refugees from Nod-Krai. They are nearby. My team will escort you to them shortly. Great. Nakatta. Aside from that, Her Majesty has a message for you and Sandrone personally. How where's Sandrone? Doing studying. She stayed behind to work since I was making the trip anyway. It seems sensible to have one person on standby at base while the other came out to meet you. Alright, guess that's just how she rolls. In that case, tell her that the Soroitsu's decree this time is pretty awesome sounding. I think she'll like this one. Kakkoi kotoba. Still, I wonder why. Wait, what's that? He didn't see the barrier. I know he's stupid, but... Did one of our troops turn into a monster? Oh. Take him out. Arlecchino and Barbaglia, and we can't activate that, huh? Hello, Glacial Wolf. Hi there. Well, yeah, again, presumably this is a trial. Okay. Oh, and we got our Bloodfire. Fun. High constellations. Oh, really gotten stronger. Is that even really true? Stop that right now. Appreciate the praise. I'm not fighting you today. I know it. Let's let Fartaglia finish it off. He's so feeble in comparison, it's not even funny. It's just sad. Okay, oh, another one. Frost Knight Zion. Okay. And let's use our... Oh, that was big damage too. Nice. I can't believe it. He was a living, breathing human one moment and the next. By the Dottores' power over life. 2 radiant beasts and a frost outside. They're a fine piece of work by our dear colleague, I'm afraid. What in the world has been going on in Nod-Krai? You tell me. Oh, well, but long story short, Dottore stole 2 moon mirrors that should have belonged to Columbina, and built a 3rd moon mirror so to concentrate the Tri-Lunar Authority in his hands. Sansuki, as opposed to Mitsunosuke, which I guess they're gonna say is Tri-Lune from now on. Wait, what do you mean? He built a moon mirror? People build roads and houses, not moon mirror. That's his next DIY project. He's gonna build a god. The guy clearly did not keep up with the semi-real Archon Quest line. You could stand be what's surprised. We are harbingers. The work we are engaged in makes the creation of God seem mundane by comparison. Kamitsukuri. I tell everyone who asks that once crossed swords with Zhongli, that you once crossed swords with Zhongli while serving as a key support for Rosalind's plan, but right now you're acting more like a common adventurer. Loser. Alright. Let me see. Oh, thanks for speaking up for me. Those 2 really took me for a ride back then. Shori-sensei. Call them Zhongli-sensei. Then again, surely no common adventurer managed to get tingled up with them the way I did. So to count in my favor, right? It is funny how much of a designated jobber he is. It almost sounds like you wish to repeat the experience. Might have to lower my opinion of you. Oh, no. Stop talking. Please go on. Dottore is currently still experimenting with his newfound power in ways that continue to corrode the outside world. See that there? As for the human mutation, I believe that this is simply a consequence of his experiments and not a strategic move. That radiant beast was once a subordinate of Sandrone's. I suspect he was only allowed to live so that he could become an experimental subject. Also, those of us who fought Dottore have been afflicted with a curse as such I cannot leave Nod-Krai. I wonder how that border is defined. Continental plates. This is so much worse than I thought, no wonder Her Majesty's decree is so extreme. While its exceptional circumstances persist, the Harbingers are hereby authorized to use unilateral executive powers. Should Dottore pose a threat, Arlecchino and Sandrone are permitted to eliminate him. My thanks to Her Majesty, I will pass these good tidings on to Sandrone. Her Majesty has also declared that she will refrain from launching attack on the now evacuated Nod-Krai due to the presence of unretrieved research material. A wise decision. By the way, how's my old partner doing? I'm assuming they're with you. Partner? Partner, you mean the traveler? Oh, that's cute. Kidnapped. I'm afraid I have bad news. He was captured after a failed assault on Dottore's lab. His whereabouts are currently unknown. What? Since when does Dottore have a bone to pick with him? That is indeed the question. I'm not sure he does. He must have some other goal in mind. This won't do. I have to rescue him. You can't. We have no idea where the traveler is. Oh, what am I supposed to do with him? Stand there twiddling my thumbs? Honestly, kinda. You are weak. Sandrone is working on it. The best thing you can do right now is complete your mission. See ya. Now, the difference between the two is very, very clear in that fight. Fine, I guess I'll leave this to you then. And as quickly as he came. One last thing, tell the rooster, Pulcinella, get the message out to the gods and citizens of every nation to that beware an uncontrollable pollution spreading forth from Nod-Krai. Since he is the mayor of a city and says Naya, it's his politics. Source of that portion is a madman drunk on the success of his experiments. Between and our allies will endeavor to contain the threat. However, if Nod-Krai falls, things are likely to escalate. Considering Dotori is one of our own, Alpha Tui Station Nod-Krai consider it our duty to stay and fight him to the bitter end, whatever the cost. Their responsibility. Hey, don't be so pessimistic if it comes to it. I'm sure Her Majesty won't stand by and do nothing. Well, you don't know that. I hope you're right. Exactly. All of their own interests. The big ball. The giant ball. Pyramid ball. This is the one by... You're right on time. Thanks, hey, do you think I'll get that gliding exam exemption? Not the time. I made sure I was on my best behavior in Mondstadt, but I did well outside the city and walked in through the gates. Okay. I'll help you apply, don't worry for now, let's see what we have here. Not the time. What are the Doctor's energy fields even made from? Usual attack and repel principles that govern moon power don't seem to apply to them. They're very mysterious, but ultimately they appear to be comprised of energies from the three realms. So abyss, element, and... interesting. Thanks to research by Master Gold and the Hexen Circle, know that Tevat's 7 elements are derived from the more primordial power of the Light Realm, which is antagonist of the power of the Void Realm, that is Abyss. Since you have the power of the Dragon touring within you, I'm sure you can already tell that this energy field contains no abyssal energy. So what's the Void Realm if not the Abyss? Wait. That's true, it's not abyssal energy, it's something pure, wild, and untamed. I've been thinking about something. Do you still remember the device that Dorian supplied from the Academia when you and Miss Columbina fought earlier? That was one of the most marvelous feats of ingenuity I've ever seen. Design, the craftsmanship, and material selection, I couldn't fault any of it. And again, that's Kaveh glaze. If only he was usable. Not to mention the operating principles, surely the most ingenious feature of all. Dory didn't go into detail on how it functions, but I have a working theory. The clue is that Miss Columbina was somehow able to use the pyro energy that you provided, despite the fact that as a moon goddess, she should only be able to use light realm energy in principle. So elements is human realm. Abyss is... or is it elements imaginary and quantum? Or... well... no, all elemental energy is of course derived from light element realm energy to begin with, since I suspect the device works by restoring elemental energy to its original state. Presumes a theoretical model of the 7 elements, akin to that of light refracted through a prism, one of the name cards for elemental reaction use, talks about that. Perhaps it is no mere analogy, maybe there is indeed a prism in this model. I almost wonder if the idea for the device was conceived based on direct observations of said prism, and explain how such an ironclad design concept was achieved. And how would Kaveh get that? Is it once a masterwork of engineering and a groundbreaking application of the Academia's latest elemental theories? Skara. I suspect only Nahida herself could have devised such an ambitious technology. Kurakusanari Devi. But back to the energy field before us. This is pure light realm energy. Its relation to elemental energy is one of integration versus division. You could say that the former contains the latter. Could this mean that elemental energy can dilute the power of the light realm? Should we give it a try?
噛み砕いて言えば元素力で公開の力を薄められるかもしれないということだ。ああ。
We should. And burst animation. And then a regular blossom. It works. Queer signs of disruption were detected in the periphery of the energy field. This indicates that elemental energy can disturb or even negate the field. They made a little crack. Little slice. Now you try. Right, here goes. And it's working. Switch to abyssal energy and attack again. Yo! Oh look, it's 2 modes. No surprises there, abyssal power drains the energy field to a significantly greater extent. I now feel confident in asserting that the energy field is indeed pure white realm energy. That elemental energy can dilute it. But the energy field is huge. How much elemental energy will it take to neutralize it? Of course, why do the whole thing when you can go inside it and attack the source cause? We don't have to neutralize it completely, we can try other approaches. Create a way in and do it from inside. It's all for 3. Would you like to continue watching? Wanderer, who's there? So you knew I was here. It's because you smell. Huh? When did you get here? It was the Gator. A while ago, but Albedo said as he was working on his thesis defense back there. Back in Sumeria can end a whole person's whole career by interrupting them mid-speech. So he was a little considerate, huh? Very thoughtful of you. I'm truly touched. Could I ask you to lend me a hand? With what? A little test raising animo to unleash a concentrated assault with circular blades. Go breaking through at a singular point. How convenient. That's just as normals. Well, that's his charge. Circular blade? Well. Nice this time it tore through the field. We have a crack. Tremendous, this is a major breakthrough. Let me see something then. See something here. The first quest is so much longer than the second one. It isn't even funny. This major breakthrough should we go through? We probably shouldn't risk having mutually antagonistic energies in such close proximity. Durin, you stay here and watch the entrance. Kasachi and I will go in to investigate. Sounds sensible to me. Keep your eyes peeled, Durin. Don't worry, I've got this. You two be careful in there. Just give me the signal if you need help and I'll dive right in. It is interesting that they are building up the story presence of characters. Basically, the patch before they come out whenever possible. There's a lot of Nefer involvement, of course, both in her own patch and... but then also the one immediately prior. I guess you could say the same thing, but less for Durin. And we even had the pseudo-playable Bina last patch before got her this patch. I mean, Signal. It's a new alchemical concoction I developed last month. 2 bottles of it are smashed on the ground together. Emit a blinding burst of light. Comes to that, remember to shield your eyes with your hat. Probably because they wanted to make a lantern for her on the moon. What I asked, thanks for the heads up. Okay. Another domain. Enter the energy field. Oh, you can see it's on the map. Energy field. The area has been swallowed up by an energy field. And no one knows what is happening inside there. Nothing passage. See all the energy fields over here, and it's a special version of the map. And just the mire here for, I don't know, there's lots of moon power there, but it says lab, the field. It's not really Pyramida as much just a blockage between the two parts of Nod-Krai. Then the whole facility. And each has its own bit of imagery. This is the mire being that was so funny, but it's nothing passage. And the barrens with... It's more or less centered on the big ball, the gateway to the moon power dimension. So presumably he's trying to seal off major sources of moon power and also just be annoying. Probably to claim it for himself, I would imagine. We all got our signatures, but you don't have Hexrai active. Enter the energy field. Like I thought, beyond a certain distance we can't see the opening where we came in. That's to prevent people from escaping. Leave the energy field. Sounds like Dotori's style to me. We can't actually go in and out. Not that there's much of a purpose to it, but it lets us. Not much has changed. Things are basically the same here as they were before the energy field appeared. And oh, Moon Gecko, they're not normally here. They have no heartbeat and they're not breathing. Can only assume they were dead, but there are no visible wounds. It's just the power over life and death. He governed that well. Also, there's an animal squatting next to each body. It's watching us. That's not an animal's gaze. Oh, they put the people's souls in the animals. That's crazy. What are you trying to tell us? Doesn't seem eager to talk. I guess maybe it is just an animal after all. Let's keep looking around. The Heretic's Utopia. It won't let us kill him, which is good. We do have a husk on you right now, but... yeah. Swapped the souls of humans and animals. Like a crazy guy. We can... Oh, it's getting too distorted. Oh, the music is getting messed up. Got turned into a snail! Oh my goodness. Twaito's reminiscence, and that part of Nothing Passage is where it stops us, but that's more because of the map boundary than the field itself. And the music shorting out is crazy. Twaito effect again. Okay, over here. Elevator. It's their old bodies. Same situation everywhere, not a living soul in sight, just countless bodies with animals standing watch over them. So the transmutation of them into radiant beasts turn them into animals. Well, I think we can safely rule out the possibility that they're all pets. Skirting around the topic, your way of showing consideration for other people's feelings. Just being cautious, I don't doubt that you can handle the truth. Investigate the energy field. Can't go up here. Okay. Any fight or... Careful. Is that deer? Please help us, please. Oh, but it's distorted. Oh. Please help us, please. And now the animals are talking. Okay. Onegai. What happened here? The energy field came and then we all got body swapped. I don't know, suddenly everyone collapsed and my line of sight got lower. So he doesn't even really know he's an animal, does he? I still have some of my senses left. I gotta get out of here. Sheep. Sheep, sheep. Okay. It looks like there's a huge experiment going on inside this energy field. Maybe each energy field is its own giant experiment. Vile. He's swapping human minds with those of animals. Even without the other circumstances, this would still be an extremely radical experiment. Those people may have lost their sense of selves, but they're not fully animals either. If they were, they would have left. Instead, their instincts are driving them to remain by their dead bodies. We should go, no sense in stick around here longer than we need to. And get separated ourselves. Agreed. Over there I hear a voice. Oh, that's what was there before. Snail! So they're basically weaker versions of the Radiant Lunapod, right? Basically. Kinda. You're back, everything okay? We saw some things that take a strong stomach, otherwise we're fine. We should share our findings with the others. Dota phone. Dota, go. I do like that they use that ringtone. Yes, who is it? Nefer, it's me, Albedo. We found a way to break through the energy fields within our control. It's possible to tear them open using elemental energy. Also, imagine take a look inside. Dottore is carrying out his cruel experiments on an immense scale. Any residents who have failed to evacuate in time will likely meet a grisly end. Sounds like he's living down to our expectations. Might I ask how things are proceeding on your end? I'm just about to get started. I'll be in touch once I have a result. Understood? Stay safe. I will. Well, Nefer, I'll link up with you once my tasks are complete in evacuation. What makes you think I need you to do that? Mean. I'll need it, and considering the way you approach certain matters, I think you'll be better off with me present. That adventure notebook. Let's begin entering simulation mode. And again, going back outside to retrieve us, a vast wasteland is the traveler's inner world. I was expecting something more vibrant, to be honest. Wait, someone's there. Oh, I mean, what are you looking at? Da-da-da. In that case, I'll look at it with you. I want to know all about everything you've seen and experienced. The dream of meeting, right? Is there somewhere I should return to, or should I stay here and be the hero everyone says I am? I don't dislike my current life, roaming the land fighting battles, accomplishing missions, earning a living, looking after Paimon. Not so bad. I guess the only thing that's missing is you're not here with me. This is the conscious layer which contains a person's true feelings. It is filled with both longing and kindness. I suppose anyone who lives long enough ends up wishing for someone who can't be there. Maybe it's the only way we can feel truly alive. Dot dot dot. Time to delve a little deeper. Hello. It's good to see you. There's something about it. Sometimes they happen and sometimes they don't. But it's nice to see you. We're just picking up where we are. Nasha is hardly the optimal choice for a place to live, but has character and a reasonable population density. So what kind of experiment is it going to do now? What are you trying to say? Time for evil. Oh, don't be nervous. I was just thinking where might make a good starting point for your journey. Uh-oh. Let me see something. Interesting. Basically, it literally is just bringing another sheep there. Perhaps I should send you further afield, Conria, perhaps. Conria ceased to exist long ago, but of course he can control time. Once again, you fail to understand the possibilities that the Tri-Loom creates. Anything that has existed in the past, I can now recreate. We already talked about the Loom of Fate and the Atlas of the New World the Traveler's sibling has. It's interesting that they're bringing this up another way. You simply do not wish to see that happen. That might be because you miss your sibling and fear getting answers that you are not ready to learn. This is not for me to judge. You have to go due east of the waypoint, apparently. If we are to collaborate, we need to maintain an amicable relationship. In a moment, you will be able to. Oh no. So she's seeing her. Dotori brainwashing my realm. What are you? Exclamation question. Exclamation. What are you gonna do? Does he understand that Nefer's looking? Don't move. Yeah, it's the Raru situation again. You know, it's... You know, not once has the chessboard worked without issues. Something unwanted has crept into... Oh, gone as quickly as it came. Panting. Oops. Well, at least she knows that Dotori is messing with us now. Did you save me? If I had cut the connection, Dotori might have cut you from the other side and destroyed you. But where is he? Is he actually in the bureau or... Nicole, this is a good idea, but once it's plenty, you were exceptionally brave. Excellent work. Thanks, but now is not the time for that. Dodo. Albedo speaking. Moshi. I think I know where he is. What is this endless darkness? I can't see anything even though my eyes are wide open, but why? What happened? Oh, sorry about that. I take it you didn't notice. Just now a friend of yours took a little peek into your mind. So he took the liberty of closing it for us. Could it be Nefer? How did you do it? Did you use something as a medium to connect me? Yep, that notebook. Do you think she's aware of your current circumstances? Oh dear, have I stunned you into silence? Oh, I want to slow down your time a little, so I could stop your intruder in her tracks. It would have been nice to capture the spy. I must say, I'm finding the ability to adjust the flow of time rather intriguing. The moment you close your eyes, time seemed to grow impossibly viscous, didn't it? A whole month passed before you opened your eyes again, but only for you. No one else was affected. I dare say there's something only a god can achieve. How did we keep our sanity? Point taken, you've proven once again that you have god-tier powers. Oh, you misunderstand. This wasn't about proving a point, I was testing things out. Find out our best by doing, and I have to admit, time is not the easiest dimension to control. I only want to make you sleep for a short while, but ended up lasting a full month. Clearly some finesse is required to wield the authority over capital T, time, as I wish. I hope you're not angry with me, it was only a month's discrepancy. Nothing too serious. If I'd been off by a year, a decade, or even a century, that would have been quite a different story. You could have frozen me for millions of years, so much for collaboration. You weren't showing much sincerity. Millions of years to what end? I wonder if you don't understand humans all that well. They're very pragmatic creatures who understand only that which they can perceive with their senses. If I had you sit here for a week, I imagine people might sympathize, but I'll have you here for 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years. The sheer size of that number would cause it to lose all meaning to them. They would not have the capacity to comprehend your suffering, and thus they could not empathize. Stalin mentioned. Unfortunately, while gods do exist into that, it is ordinary humans who that account for most of the population. Their lifespans are so limited and their bodies so fragile. Did you ever really hope that they could begin to understand someone like you? Your long life and unique origins make you fundamentally different from them. How long will it be before they start to treat you like the alien you are, before you ostracized outcast? Which is what happened to Dottore in the academia. Alien. Saev and I feel bad for you. Sometimes this world has made you into a slave. So many times you have served its will, and not once have the powers that be ever thought to grant you the one simple thing you wish for. You have been treated most unfairly. I can change that. I will grant you special privileges and give you back the status you rightly deserve as a descendant. Let me see. I'll go check it out. Next time I get the ability to do control, that's what I'll do. Oh. And it's Bina time again. So there's the vase, the writing, the card, the tap on the shoulder. Back farther every time. Over the past 3 times at this point, I still have so many questions. For instance, beyond each point being further back in time than the last. Feet shot, huh? What determines the specific locations at which I can make entry? Is mysterious assistance. So far, the common thread looking all 3 scenarios is that the traveler has been present. Maybe, because it's from any kind of precious chest. I don't even know if luxurious chests can have them. It may be just precious chests. It's more than that. I know it's in something familiar around him. What was it? Dot, dot, dot. The Wookiee doesn't say anything specific about what kind of chest they can... Okay, only precious, not luxurious. Okay. So I guess people would chant. I'll keep this question in mind as I carry on. My wayward son. Be in a portal. And she's gone forever now. No, it's the beach. Oh. Humans, you never change. Always trying to use powers you neither comprehend nor control. This is back during the first set of Archon Quests. Ruggiero. This looks like Stardust Beach. Stardust Beach. Not Star Sand Shoal. Stardust Beach. Is this before Ruggiero regained his physical form? Yeah. You've messed with the cannon again, huh? Sorry, but this round's not gonna go your way. Camera's a bit different too now. Cannon, that's right, I was at Silver Moon Hall when I sensed an abnormal moon power fluctuation coming from Nasha Town. And this was the barrier that protected Hisi Island. Because this was her. Right after that came an ominous power emanating from Stardust Beach. My body was once torn into countless pieces and hurled into the swirling chaos of time itself. Of time? Right, because the moon gate's beyond time, but even so my life and will are not extinguished. And of course, it's not till now that we see the time distortion of the place. I wonder if I could try to prevent his resurrection. No, you can't change events, you can only guarantee the passage of predetermined events. But how would I do it? What can I do here and now? Traveler. Behind you, look at that light. Dot dot exclamation. No, I won't make it in time. Dot dot dot. He's using the moon power shield like I taught him. Is he going to use it to block the cannon's beam? He's strong, I'm sure he can manage. The force release and the beam impacts the shield might lead to collateral damage. But it's not even... She hasn't fully understood yet. That again, it's... And apparently this is all basically just Interstellar. As in the movie Interstellar. Hisi Island, the Frostman Suns will be exposed to lethal levels of moon power. How did Lampo end up okay then? A question if I may kindness, Columbina. When the cannon's moon power beam was deflected earlier, I saw several bolts of energy streak towards Hisi Island and only be blocked. Do you also have a hand in that? Well, she didn't know, but... Yes. It was future Bina, not past Bina. Right. Aremo anata ga. Maybe that really was me after all. Well, future, present. Her future is the present. Now. But I don't know if I have enough power left. Well, she kind of has to. Stable time loop and all, but all mortal flesh keeps silent before the light. Yeah, and we're seeing basically that cutscene from another perspective. There's no time. As I stood by the door of the Golden House, guarding the eternal flame. Not the Golden House in Liyue, it's Hyperborea. I have to make it. A frost moon, a great land, a slumbering moonlight of Nod-Krai. Let me skip across the water slightly faster. If you can hear me, if you can sense my call, then please heed me once more. Oh, we have to fish again. Do we? Huh? Wait. We have to press space and... Huh? Oh, we have to mash the space bar. Okay. Exclamation. And there's the shield from back then, and then she died. Goodbye, Bina. Did it work? And then she drowned again. We'll miss you. Womp womp. Hey, wake up. Nah. Okay, not sight. Hey, did you hear me? Columbina, I said wake up now. And it's somewhere it says Naya, presumably. Well, oh, good morning, Sandrone. Still more of her Dialog syndrome. It's 3 in the afternoon, actually. And could you kindly not use my quarters as your personal nap next time? Oh, but I feel so safe here. How are you for better or worse? And your coffee, right? It's so bitter, but it smells lovely. It's the coffee candies that she got for Sandrone back at the festival. That's where that came from. Ah, it's like you were raised by wolves in a forest or something. What did you drink growing up? Grass tea. Sounds more like Shenhe. The Frostmoon Sun certainly lead a more frugal existence than the Fatui. And then I'll bet you've never eaten one of these before. It smells delicious. Oh, that's because it's a Fontaine recipe. I had a little free time today, so I made a batch. Rosalind will be here shortly, but if you really can't wait, I guess you can go ahead and... Oh, so this is one of their tea parties. Oh, cute. Girls' night. Munching, mogu mogu. Hey, at least let me finish before we start eating. The Frostmoon Sun does not teach you basic table manners. They kinda didn't. Still see the key spinning. Or did the rules not apply to you because you're the high and mighty moon goddess? Probably that too. These are so tasty. Aww. Of course they are. I made them. She's such a bitch. It's awesome. A bit forward, but hello. How are you doing? We're just playing through the quest and Is this someone I've seen before? I mean, certainly it's not a new follow. But it's nice to see you, whether I've seen you before or not. Just trying to finish the rest of this, and it's been a while, and we're still not even done with the first. But the first is a lot longer than the second. That was true of last patches, too. I was worried they might contain traces of machine oil. What's this with the machine oil every time? What? Da-da-da. You know, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Why did you leave your old home and join the Fatui? Boredom. It was basically what happened for Wanderer too, really. I mean, I'm sure their food was awful, but there's got to be more to it than that. Well, life there didn't go quite how I imagined. More people with just transactional expectations. What were you expecting? You are gone. Your followers are going to make some demands if you're right. I'm doing a-okay. I'm a little tired. Hopefully I'll be able to get some nice sleep tonight and be less tired. Sure, you can just answer a few prayers here and there in return for the free food and drink. How bad can it be? Well, would you help other people just for free food and drink? Well, does she really need food? What about free machine oil? The doctor told me that you were created by a great mechanic word something Fisher. Word artificer. Elaine Guillotine. The word artificer, boss, and people can't keep their mouths shut. Again, this patch put to rest, and the silly theory I had in the back of my head of Sandrone only faking being a robot. For better or worse, she is a robot. That word artificer, didn't he have something to do with that narcissist? That's Narzissenkreuz. Narzissenkreuz Ordo. Which was again Fontaine's primary world quest sequence. Yes, that was it, Narzissenkreuz Ordo. So would he try to fulfill their wishes? Yeah, so likewise, how are you? Yes, you must be joking. I wouldn't go even if they paid me. I don't even know that. It was a bit beforehand. Exactly, well, I felt the same way. I did not know the people who made demands of me.
私に願いを託した人たちと
The
あんまり
wishes.
親しくないの。
Oh, what do you know? We're on the same page for
その
once.
点だけは意見が合うわね。
Even if their backgrounds could not be more different. In his later years, Elaine did ask me if there was anything to do, if I had wishes of my
何
own.
か願いはない
Well,
か
I
って
don't.
聞い
I'm
て
not
き
in
た
any
の
mood to fill someone else's either. She said this earlier during the same sequence during her research.
逆
She
に他
has
人
no
の願
wish.
いを叶えてやるつもりだって
Which
全
again,
くない
presumably
わ。
playable Sandrone will develop a wish to get a vision. Who's Elaine?
あいつ
He
よ
was the, you know what, never mind, you're not gonna remember. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, neither of us
で
is
も
the
どうせあなたは
self-sacrificing
覚え
type.
ないわよね。と
Or
に
so
か
she
く
says.
私が言いたいのは、あなた
And
も
of course,
私も
things change.
他人のために身を捧げるようなタイプじゃないってこと。ついでに
Let me
聞く
ask
け
you
ど、
this, what sort of
あ
place would
な
you
た
like
は
to
ど
live
ん
in
な
if
場
you
所
could
ならずっと
choose?
いたいと思うの？
A place where people don't ask me for things I cannot give them.
私にできないこ
Where
と
they
を
don't
求
worship me or
め
fear
た
me,
り
but just want to chat with me
私
like a
を
normal
崇
person.
拝したり恐れたりせず、
Hmm.
ただ自然に話してくれる人がいるところかな。できれば
I'd also like the freedom to come and go as I please, and ideally it would be somewhere with the smell of coffee and
コ
snacks.
ーヒーとお菓子の香りが漂ってる場所がいい。
Oh, not to burst your bubble, no such place exists in
そ
the
んな
world.
場
Now
所
take
こ
your
の世
snacks
界
and
にないわ
scram.
よ。さっさとお菓子を
Mean
持って
again.
自分の部屋に戻ってち
So
ょう
cruel and
だ
for
い。
what? Womp womp. Back in the moon gate. So sad. Da da da. Did I pass out
気を失ってたの。
from the shield?
やっ
Of
ぱり
course, I'm back here
こ
again.
こに戻されちゃった。それに
I dreamt of events from my past.
昔の夢を見た。サンドロー
Sandrone,
ネ、
traveler.
旅人、みん
I
な
miss you
に
all
会い
so
たい
much.
ね。
Oh.
さっき
Back there, I guess I managed to harness all the moon power energy on Hisi Island, but how did I do it? The power of...
なんでそんなことができたんだろう。
What's the barking
こ
for?
この時間
Are you
は
barking for Bina?
確かに遡って
Are you saying I'm barking for Bina?
そしてどこか
This
覚えの
is
ある力を借りて
hard to discern.
過去の空
Time
間
is
に
flowing
入る
backwards
こと
here,
が
and I can
で
use
き
that
る。
familiar power to enter the world of the past.
みんなが言って
That mystery ally everyone talked about, it
謎
was
の
me
助っ
all
人
along.
って
Again, this is basically aping the plot of Interstellar. Because she's
みんなが
using,
言ってた謎の
well,
助っ人
moon power rather than gravity, but of course, her moon power is gravity. Guess you could say all of it's gravity, maybe. I can sense that there isn't much more power remaining up ahead. Going farther and farther back to her beginning. Why is at the end of all this? Well, time keeps flowing into the past. Again, they said that Terminus is going to be the creation of the Moongate space. But I think isn't that more the creation of time itself, me establishing the authorities of the world? Will I ever find my way back? Find the entrance to the memories. And again, we have to use... And somehow she has her signature catalyst here. Don't know how that works. She's a charge attack specific... Don't die, Bina. It's getting harder and harder to use my power. Touch the mysterious power. So, bunny hopping with Bina is apparently a decently fast way to get around. To do more collection, no match for the abyss in this state, I need to avoid the contaminated fragments. What happens if we do that then? Okay, avoid the tainted fragments of power. If we collect the purple ones, we lose all our progress. Oop. Why is there abyss even in here? Is it regular? Probably. Yep, it just restarts. Okay. Columbina. Very good design. Though I will say that I kind of, in terms of... I'd say Sandrone is one of the better ones, though streets are saying that playable Sandrone is going to look significantly different than the one we have right now. Okay, let's actually collect all these. Quick! Oh, every time more and more abyss ones come out, that's not good. Okay. But it's moving slowly enough that we can just pick them all up. Oh lord. There we go, and now we can go back in a few time to go. I wonder where I'll find myself this time. It's back at the Final Night Cemetery, where a certain someone gave us those books. And why is that Ditto? Because Ditto is seductive. The Final Night Cemetery, this is where Flynn's is based. Is he based? Or not, how are we supposed to read through this many files? But again, Columbina picks out the correct books on the Wild Hunt and Moon Power. The reason she knows which ones to pick is because she asked Flynn's about which ones there were back in the quest. Months ago. Difficult, yes, but it's also our most efficient option. Seems like they're searching for information. Oh, I remember Flynn's and Varka talked about some files on the Wild Hunt. I mean, via objective metrics, you know, in universe, Ditto is objectively the most attractive Pokemon. I don't really like this line of inquiry, but objectively it's true. Was this my doing too? Well, if you're here, I think that question kind of answers itself. Dumbina. Call him Dumbina. Poor her. To expose the true intentions of this rabbit, we need to dive into Nod-Krai's history. Are my actions changing the past, or are they simply completing a process? Exactly, it is a stable time loop. Is all this inevitable, or am I the one making these decisions? If you don't make the decisions, then the whole world will explode. And then it'll all be gone forever. If I choose not to help them now, will it change how things turn out? Well, for the worse, obviously. All you can do is complete good things. There's no way to change things for the better compared to how things happen. But if you don't do it, presumably they can certainly get worse. So I hope we don't land on our heads then. Oh, they're my friends. I can't not help them. How cute. Ah. I will say, the fact that she adds moons to ghosts, she is kind of dead right now. Sure, her skill ring with every constellation is probably some of the most egregious con bait in the game. The other one was here. Hey, another file's moving. But how is she really remembering if she wasn't quite there? Is she just reading the titles on the spines? Or, frankly, they did take enough time here that that's probably possible for her to do. Because, again, the 3 books that they had to read were ones that Bina was told about, and now she's pointing out here. On the topic of Pokemon, I still do need to find the time to go and beat ZA and then actually do the DLC. That should do it. Lonatar, what are you doing here? You can sense my presence. Their connection. Wait. She says it's time for you to go back. Feel free to join the fan Court if you haven't already. Either of you. It's the best way to keep track of the schedule. Lonatar, so she's that familiar presence I've been sensing all along. She's always been by the Traveler's side. That explains why the Traveler has been there each time I've entered the past. So it really is just a Traveler. But also not. I do find it very funny how much they try to pander but also couch it and other things. Very indecisive by Lonatar, because she has a connection to me as the Moon Goddess is familiar, so why not any other Moon Spirit? There's a reason. We'll find it out. That's another thing to explode. But there's no assistance before then. I'm only attracted to humans. Sorry. I think it's definitely overplayed, but it's hard to object to Emma's design from ZA. It's crazy how much emphasis they put on her, given that she barely shows up in the game. I cannot sense any power up ahead, just avoid switching out into infinity. I think they did well with the rivals in ZA, and it is very funny how obvious their intention with them is by the fact that they literally change gender based on playable character gender. You know, of course, making some assumptions as to preference, but, you know, that's life, I guess. But it... Notably, Tawny/Urbane is the strongest NPC trainer in the franchise history, technically. Because the DLC adds a super boss battle with them where they Mega Evolve 3 times and all their Pokemon are level 100. That's what's attractive. Strength. Cannot sense any power up ahead, just avoid stretching out into infinity. It's like my final chance to enter the past. But what's gonna be there? Because there's nothing you've helped out with before, huh? It's now or never. I have to find a way back. So where's that gonna be? Also, there was, back in... Back in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, a lot of people liked the updated Magma and Aqua designs. In particular, the team leaders as well as the girl admins, because Matt is unfortunately generic and Tabitha as well. Tabitha? You know, a guy named Tabitha, how does that happen? What were his parents thinking? ECO, and how far back in time is this? Lunatar can't sense her presence this time. Oh, this would have been the first Lunatar appearance with the first of the quests, right? So we've had one in... Okay. See, enough, and I never not like that sure was hard one. Yeah, it's basically right at the start of the Nod-Krai quests, when Lunatar first showed up. Because if Lunatar's not here, it's... creation of Lunatar, huh? Traveler Paimon and... Is that Brittany Venti? A Brittany Venti emote? Don't put that evil on me. Do not put that evil on me. It's been at least a year since I've ever had to think of, read, or hear that name in any context, I swear. You know, stay calm, I don't have much power left to change things. I don't even have that much time left here. Then Columbina, how do I find a way back? A way back to where? The moon! Just like you were talking about forever. Do I go back to Moon Prayer Night or to the future that followed? Because again, it was Moon Prayer Night in the 6th quest, the meeting, the tap on the shoulder in the 5th, the breaking things and the letters in the 4th, and then it was... In the 2nd, that's where we had the canon and the books, actually. This is the one in the 1st. Skip the 3rd. To be fair, the 3rd was literally just Nefer diving into Rare's memories and basically nothing else. Should I make one so you can... I need to commission some emotes. I need to commission emotes. I really do. All I have are just basic headshots now, and it's been like 6 months since I was able to do that, and it's just... I've been buying everything from the same store, from one Indonesian art guy. I guess I could get emotes from him if I wanted, but he's already making other stuff, you know? But if I return to my current state, what will become of me then? For his actions that day prove that he'd been planning that for a long time, or he had already seized the power of 2 moon heroes before capturing me. So what are you trying to do? Even if I manage to get back, how can I fight against him when he rules the Tri-Moon Authority? Thank you, I'm glad you like them. I took them from the sample art. As you can see, one of them has a bit of color in the corner. That's because they're just snips. They're not real emotes. They're good headshots, though. I can't, if I go back like this, I'll be playing right into his hands. On a totally unrelated note about the actual game, what element do you think playable Sandrone is going to have? Geo seems obvious, but leakers, quote-unquote, say she'll be Electro, but again, it's been years since we've got real leaks. They killed all the leakers after the big Fontaine leak. You need to find some way of rivaling the power he has usurped. Wait, time flowing backwards is the Tri-Moon Authority. Does that mean I think I know what the final destination of this lunar reflection might be? The 3 moons themselves. When time, space, life, and death came into being as authorities. I know what I must do. Speaking of homes, you must already be close to where the Frostwind Scions live. The vibe here feels different, just like the scenery. Let me see. Nani o subeki ka wakatta. What it is I must do, I know. But how do I communicate my plan to my friends? Well, it's... all she can do here is ensure the progression of events that have already occurred. Should I write it down here? No, someone else will see it. I need something with a close connection to me. Something I can use as a medium to tell them what's happened to me in here. And what's the one thing that's missing? Ah, now it makes sense. This is the first place where we met Lonatar ourselves. As one flower. Right, and the drifting petals summoned Lonatar the first time. I didn't know that the center of that flower had a moon symbol in it. That's new. Forehead kiss. Again, they really waffle back and forth with this. It's hilarious. Hey, what was that? It felt like some sort of breeze blew by. A window opened and a breeze rolled in. And then the petals suddenly turned into... So again, Bina, bearing a resemblance to Bina is because it's part of Bina. Question? It was I who brought Lonatar into being. I gave up a piece of my own soul to create her. Sounds painful. That's why I could sense a familiar power from the moment I entered this space. It also explains why she's been present in every past location that I've entered. Because we have a deep connection. Hey there, what's your name? And the reason why there are no more gates to the past after this point is that Lonatar hadn't been born then. So then, how is she going to get to the start of that space? And no wonder I sensed the trace of a blessing when we first met, but I still didn't recognize the soul hidden within you. Because it was her own. Well, future Bina's. Back then I was just a little lost dove, yet to become Columbina Hypo Selenia. Is it hypo or hypo if you want to get Greek about it? God knows. Go on, now I've got stuff to do. Best you find someone else to hang out with. Trying to pass on a message, but again, all you can do is guarantee the progression of events that have already occurred. Hey, you scared it off. Oh, and that line originally, I believe, wasn't voiced. It was just a selected option. They have, with this patch specifically, and again, probably this is as far as they could really change things in response to people liking the Traveler getting more voice lines in the start of Nod-Krai as time went on. I'd probably just say Celestia. Yeah, every time I'll just say Celestia Heavenly _. Yeah, Celestia Heavenly _. But I am serious. If you haven't already, I do recommend picking up a bit of the fan cord and monitor the schedule. It's the best place to monitor the schedule. The link is down below on one of the buttons. Again, no pressure, but it's just the best way to monitor. I'll be counting on you. Because if... Oh, it's annoying to go to Twitch every time, and that's where I post schedules and updates to them. No pressure. Counting on you. ... question. Remember to stay by the Traveler's side, guide him, and help him in my stead. Oh, and bring him to the garden where the moon prayer blossoms grow. So little wants to doubt there who will need his help. So again, it's... Columbina created the course of events that led to her own reaching this point. It's a stable time loop. Exclamation, exclamation, exclamation. Huh, go on. Onegai ne. Tilde. You two go and live your story.
物語を歩むんだよ。
Works for me. Celestia with an L.
私は
That's not in your name.
別の道
You
を
made
歩
that
ま
up.
なきゃ。
I can't do that. Just kidding. It doesn't matter. Let's remind mine must go in a different direction. To the beginning of this world. That said, it's already been... and another passing by. That part says it's done, but it really isn't. There's the whole bit left. This is where we get rescued and can take control of ourselves again. If I hadn't left upon regaining control of Pulonia to do the note review, which is still weaving midway through, this is the first time since the start of going into Dodore's laboratory that we're able to actually walk around in the normal world without it being a special story mode. How do you like to experience the thrill of never being held accountable for your actions? To crush people like ants without consequence or tear off their heads or limbs as you please. Reminds me a lot about Wanderer's voice line about wanting to rip Dodore's segments, limb from limb. Believe me, such a life is but one small step away. Okay, what if I don't want that? What about? What point is he trying to make? Freedom. The freedom to kill, to do evil, and get away with it. Without punishment. That was... Donasumi. Without what punishment? You know, if you want, you can change that, right? Or have you gotten attached to it? A lot of people do end up getting attached to the mistakes they make. Sometimes we call that parenthood. Never mind, that was a little edgy even for me. I'm sorry. Why would you offer me that? The creation of a world is the ultimate scientific experiment. Again, it's going to be interesting to see, because just thinking back, we've already gotten 2 patches with 2 double 5 stars. Unless they have more 5 stars than any other total patch cycle. Because Streets are saying that... So 6.4 is Varka. Streets are saying 6.5 is going to be Dornman Port with Nicole and a Lohan. With a Lohan, who is a gun-wielding captain. Which, it's interesting that they would give a gun to a guy. Given that, you know, they gave us Siggy, Navi, and Chevy all together before Eva, and with even Eva, I mean, it's not really a gun. It shoots air. That's a cop-out. You know, making the assumption that, you know, there are a lot of assumptions they tend to make in character design, to be frank. I won't get into it now, but Lowen is a standard banner character in 6.5, and then we still have Snegoroshka and Sandrone, presumably, Streets are saying. But whether 6.8 is going to be... There are a number of arguable parallels with Sumeru. Sumeru has been oddly relevant with Dori, Nefer, Wanderer, and that Kave Nahida making the anti-Rerer device. Oh, the guy with the gun is Lohan. Lohan he's a captain of sort of an auxiliary gun-wielding team that joins other Favonius teams. Mika talked about him in... Varka talked about him last patch and his fortitude, his defensive abilities, when he was trying to test his moon power absorption to open up the ruins for the Moon Gate. It was very brief, and then Mika has an extended discourse, or had one, last patch in the Snow Trace event. The Snow Blazers Odyssey, which had the Wind Trace Snow Trace version. If you talk to him after a little quest, he has some dialogue about Lohan. And apparently Lohan may have originally been intended to be in 6.4 with Dornman Port, but may have been moved to 6.5. But again, leakers... There aren't any real leakers anymore. Most of the leaks we get are just data mines from patches that are in beta. It's very limited what they can meaningfully tell about things ahead of time, but they said, you know, maybe... Yeah, he's going to be playable as a standard banner character, because they've explicitly said 1 standard banner character per patch cycle, because they give them out for free every anniversary now. which is why we got Mizuki with Notlan after going all Fontaine with no new standards. And Welkin is apparently going to be our standard. He may be a cryopolarm, nobody knows yet, because again, there are no real leakers anymore. But, oh goodness. That 6.4 might have been originally Dorman, Port, Varka, and Welkin, but changed to 6.5 with Nicole and Welkin moved back to 6.5. Because of the fact that, given that Ado Star and Star Rail had to be turned into Plan Arcadia, people were saying Dorman Port had to be delayed a little because of Genshin team having to move and help them as an emergency. Though, to be fair, given that Varka's story quest is apparently going to be all in normal Mondstadt, I guess maybe they could have moved it out of Dorman because, you know, it's just a domain, really, in the end, and just Mondstadt character dialogue that they could just put in a different place. It's not that much of a, that difficult of a change, I guess, but I don't know. I think it's leakers, fake leakers probably making stuff up from the limits they hear internally anyway. I guess it's possible, but I think it's also just a little weird on the face of it to have go between 6.0 and 6.3 with nothing new and then just do it back to back. But given the fact that Miliastra's probably delayed some things of itself as well, it's hard to say how that happened. It easily could have been delayed due to Miliastra and then it goes straight from 6.3 to 6.4. I don't know. But as things look, it's probably going to be 6.5 Dornman and then probably a summer Nod-Krai map. It is interesting that the devs did say during quote-unquote Song of the Welkin Moon, we're going to get a Mara-Javari expansion, but there isn't really much space for that if there's going to be another Hyper Berea Nod-Krai expansion with the patch cycles that are going to be left over after Dorman and 6.5, unless it's... I mean, they kind of did that with Fontaine. 4 total expansions, then a summer map. I guess I'm just expecting things to take longer, or not be as many because of Notland's expectations, though apparently insiders, quote-unquote, to the extent that insiders even exist anymore, like I said, a leaker hunt decree, back after Fontaine's entire cast got leaked, long before Fontaine was a thing, Sumeru had its models leaked, and then Fontaine had the giga leak of all the insider documents. That was the big issue. Which also did show us, apparently Varka's design had a lot more red in it originally, which is interesting. But you may have seen, the prototyping of the big guy model, the SpongeBob big guy Pantsoke model that got used for Varka, and presumably Capitano. Streets, we'll see. We'll see how that shakes out. But for various reasons, it may be possible that Capitano will come back in some sense, and maybe we'll get him playable. 2 years after he was important, though he'll presumably be important again. But as I was saying, Insider's gone forever. Because with Fontaine, we got 4 expansions and then a summer map. We could, I suppose, get 3 Nod-Krai expansions. We got the south, the north. We could get a Hyper Berea in the northwest or something, as there are still more levels on the statue for one. And then Dornman Port, and then I wonder if there'll just be one Ocula in Dornman Port. They could find some reason to justify it and imagine. And then Mara-Javari Real as the summer map. Because we already got Mara-Javari Fake as the summer map last time. And, but it could also mean that Mara-Javari is going to be in 7.x or something. And that, for the foreseeable future, it's going to be Song of the Welkin Moon. Or I guess they could find another subtitle for... It says, I don't know. We'll see. Back to the actual game. The creation of a world is the ultimate scientific experiment. I've taken my research to the highest level, where I shall not be just a god, but also a servant to many sacred spirits. I shall heed the truth and perform holy deeds. I don't like that. A god's laboratory is the perfect playground, but it needs the right occupant to explore its full potential. So basically he wants us as his final test subject, as the only accessible descender. Mortals are found everywhere one looks, not so with descenders. I prefer my first guest to be a distinguished individual such as yourself, and I know you can make the most of the opportunities it offers. The real big thing is that one of the leaks, and again, leaks are meaningless, but something about a sword-wielding Inazuma male boy model character, this height, wanderer height, And given the fact that we've seen Wanderer's old model come back both in... Well, old model come back last patch in one of the quests, and a reflection showing it in one of the Nod-Krai animated trailers, it is really a question of... We still haven't gotten a single actual alt character in the years upon years that this game has been around. And some of that is probably just a difference in approach. But I wonder who it would be. I could definitely see old Skara, Delusion Tartaglia, or something like that. Or, you know, double-size Arla. Full iridescent moon power Arla, boss form Arla. But at the very same time, given what they did with Hex buffs, I mean, to be fair, Star Rail has Nova Flare, and ZZZ has its own equivalents, but I guess it's possible that it could be... Well, I guess it's a question of how much they think they could sell a buff versus just giving it to an existing character and make people roll for the old character. If they did a Delusion Tartaglia, would that be a buff? Would it be Fatui faction buffs and Cesnaya, or would it be just an Electro Tartaglia? If it's a brand new element, I think that would make more sense as a new character, because aside from, I guess, Varkasoon, Chaska, and Columbina, no character has been able to wield two elements in their base kit that aren't reliant on other characters in the party. Either to give the infusion for Chaska or Varka, or in Columbina's case, to proc Lunar Blooms. Though to be fair, she can do her special Lunar Bloom charge attack if she's on a Dendro Element character, Dendro Element enemy inherent aura, but that's... I guess if you're fighting a Samatrol, they can apply it in a field, but that's silly. That's Dendro Slimes and the Dendro Hypostasis, and both of them are immune to it, so pointless and irrelevant. But I'd like my first guest to be a distinguished individual such as yourself, and I know you can make the most of the opportunities it offers. So the condition for entering the new world is to take innocent lives, the same dilemma that Ruggiero once faced. We're gonna become a mafia made man. A made traveler. Could I really bring myself to kill others for my own benefit? Ruggiero did, and look where it got him. He became really strong, to the point that even at 1/10 of his power, we were still barely a match for him and could only just throw him into a portal. I don't think we're learning the lesson there we're supposed to be. Have you made up your mind? ... I can't do it. Your playground is no place for me. You're putting your hopes in the wrong person. We both know I'm not quite the hero you say I am either. On my own reasons for the journey I'm on, they aren't all selfless. Exactly. Again, they're making the Traveler a bit more of a character. Not only, like I said, just giving them more voice lines that are actually voiced, but also drawing more attention to their selfishness. You know, it's... Oh, so many things have happened, both in this game and out of it. But it was still wild that, you know, tricked by Rare, you know, you're a good kisser, Parker, but also... We broke into the Frostmoon Enclave for the Narrow. You've grown a lot since we last met, but there are still things you were unwilling to compromise on. This will only hinder you. Why don't I lower my requirements a little as a gesture of goodwill? I'll give you a little time to learn to be a less noble soul. That'll make things much easier for you. There are a number of interesting theories about Dotori's true intentions here. Whether he intended to rule the world, or at least if he needed that specifically. In that, you know, because he let Columbina escape. He didn't do anything to hinder her from escaping into the Moon Gate. That his goal may have been, or at least could accept, sending her back in time has ended up happening. Especially since what does end up happening as a result of that is arguably to the benefit of the Fatui. And therefore, the reason that the Tsaritsa isn't intervening is because he never truly went traitor. Again, the consciousness transfers between human and animal, and the fact that at the very start of this quest line, there is this weird blue red-eyed gecko showing up in the curatorium scared off by Ashru, Nefer's cat. A lot of people are thinking that he ends up consciousness hopping, maybe not into an animal, but otherwise, that, you know, his inevitable defeat, yeah, spoiler guys, he loses, was all part of his plan. I really doubt I could live that sort of life. And he already sent us a defiant then a moment ago. The benefits appeal to you because you can read the signs of the times. Why don't we return to my research facility? Your last visit was so rushed. There is much that I have yet to show you. Uh-oh. That isn't ominous at all. You know, the whole deal with, you know, also the, you know, the Kakcho Jitsu, he telekinetically puts us in the chair. But also, the whole, he talks about how, you know, he can do anything Columbina can do with us and wants a mature relationship. A lot of people were joking that for all the Columbina pandering, you know, Dottore is the true waifu. You know? And for people who don't swing that way, he could probably make a female segment. Now to that question, heroes don't attack from behind. Guess I'm their hero. This is most disappointing. Morally ambiguous traveler is so fun. The story is finally getting good. Not one felt like a soft reboot, in a way I don't entirely like. But Nod-Krai feels like a soft reboot in a very, very good way. Hydro, Animal Pyro, and infusing our own burst. Along with the Electra for speed, and trying to seize the Eternal Moon Marrow from the Tri-Moon. Everything but Geo so far, huh? Now then. And Dendro. And it's Albedo and Wanderer working together. Durin's two gay dads. Some people might not like that. His daggers are very cool, and her face interesting. Because that's right. Dottore does not recognize Wanderer himself because of the Irminsul erasure. Oh, so the places he was teleporting us around were inside the barriers then. Okay. That makes sense, because they were his experimental zones. Panting. Kasachi, hat guy, how did you get here? Still gonna call me Kasachi nante after that, huh? Came all this way just to save me. Yeah, in the English, there was one point in last quest where they called him Mr. Guy, which is this immense clothes store somewhere, but that I've seen a sign of once, Mr. Guy. But in the Japanese, they didn't do that. It was just still like Kasachi. Well, I am sorry to hear that you didn't get another seal. But to be fair, it wasn't a seal. It was a sheep anyway. Never mind. Stupid pun. Came all this way just to save me. The other real waifu. I didn't see anyone else in there who needed saving. Thank you so much. Fair point. Just caught me by surprise. Thank you. Knock off. Oh, so Nefer was able to inform them that they were by the facility. And by process of elimination, they were able to figure out that they would be inside one of the barriers, because that's the space Dottore can currently control. So presumably the idea is, you know, expand the barriers, control the world. Because it is sort of a firmament. It's the false sky in its own way. Wait, you're injured. It's nothing, I'll be fine. Really, why are you looking at me like that? Is it not shocking that I'd come to your rescue? I'm more shocked that you caught the doctor off guard. Okay, left to the... Well, I guess there are multiple sheep options. Yeah. As long as you can get it there. I'm gonna do a favor from back in Samaria, now we're even. And just as soon as Sandrone. Distracting Dottore was tough, I won't lie. He's not gonna fall for the same trick twice. That was my one shot. I'd hope to use it to take him out. But, frankly, you weren't strong enough to do that anyway. Oh, I never want to obliterate someone more than I do right now. Dottore doesn't recognize me, but his segments were originally based on analysis of my operational principles. Again, it's Conry and Irminsul puppet. Or at the very least, Dottore either doesn't recognize him or thinks it advantageous to pretend he doesn't. I expect it's only a matter of time before he figures out what I am. So Dottore doesn't recognize Wanderer because he deleted himself from Irminsul. Again, it's an open question of whether Scar was only able to delete himself because... Oh... Because he's an Irminsul puppet. Okay. Did he really miss his only chance for revenge by saving me? But again, I mean, it's... There's something to be said for that, but also... He couldn't kill Dottore. Really. Maybe, I guess he could grab an arrow or two, I don't know. Well, the long face, I'm not blaming you, okay? And I'm not complaining either. Rescuing you and killing Dottore are equally important goals. Kinda need us to do that. The second one. Everyone would be pretty stuck without you. It's best you live to fight another day. Someone else who can't admit their true feelings, huh? How are you holding up? Are you alright? Kasachi said to put safety first, so we agreed to run as far away as we could after leaving the energy field, and we meet up once it was safe. You don't look injured. It seems that Dottore didn't do anything to you. I'm fine, guys. Thanks. You know, I do wonder how his flight works. Whether carrying us made it any more difficult to fly, or if it's his pure element. Okay, okay. As left as in west, or left as in left of you when you teleport there, in terms of your facing angle? Yeah, I'm fine, guys. Thanks. Alright, rescue operation complete. Let's head back. There's a lot more work to be done before this is over. So this took longer than expected. I don't really have time to do the next one, to do True Moon. To get mooned. Return to the Kiritorma's secrets, find a way to make a breakthrough. Well, we're kind of stuck here now. Okay, so after the facing angle. Okay. Well, in that case, I guess we still have to look at a few more of this. Understood, I will bear the Tsaritsa's decree in mind. Oh my goodness. You're kidding. When are they gonna let me... I mean, this one isn't all that long, but... When are they actually going to let me get out of here? Okay. You know, maybe I do have to keep going. At least a little bit. This is maybe a little unpleasant. Ah! I'm sorry, that was probably a little alarming. So Tsaritsa's decree in mind. I don't see what's so awesome about it, though. Does he really think everyone else is as immature as him? Not stooping to Tartalia's level. I thought you might say that. Exactly. How's your progress? Quite promising. Actually, that alchemist Albedo gave me a few ideas. Okay. Hugging the side of... Okay. I'll keep that in mind for when I actually go around the area myself. Remember how I asked you to look at some files for me? That stuff on the Narzissenkreuz Institute, René de Petrichor and Jacob Ingold. Jacob Ingoldo. Alain Guillotine despised René's theories and methods, but he never managed to come up with better alternatives either. So I adopted some of René's ideas. It's kind of annoying that if you go to the dialogue review, it just skips that. And then it's... Yeah, we never saw René in an adult form, other than Narzissenkreuz, which I don't really count. Purple Hydrotolpa and Purple Hydrophantasm. But Jacob grew up. He became an iniquitous Baptist, though. I thought Alain was like a father to you. He and René were mortal enemies, were they not? And what would you say if Winnie and his friends one day learned something useful from someone you utterly detested?
もしリネたちが
Rene
あなたの
Tachi.
最も意味嫌う相手から大切なことを
I
学
do
んだ
hope we get Dottore eventually in some form. His voice acting is great. It's... I think I mentioned this before. Maybe not to these individuals, but... His voice actor in Japanese is the same as Salieri in FGO, who's a somewhat minor character, but a fun one, and... the inflection, the performance done is pretty much the same. And they are both masked characters. I would applaud them for it, and that would mean they have surpassed me. ... For all we know, Owen Yeti might have thought the same thing. Not that it matters though, he's dead and I'm alive, so it's my call to make.
もうそんなことは関係ないの。彼は死んで
Again, I really wonder
だから全ては私が決めればいい
what Sandrone's original name was. It very well may have been Marionette, because it is just Little Mary.
どんなに
And
偉
you
大
know,
な人
fine,
物
because
で
she's
も
a
死んで
robot
しま
doll.
えば終わり
Once you die, it doesn't matter how great you are in life, only the living
こ
get
れ
to
からの
decide what
道を
happens
決められ
next.
るの
It's you.
二人とも来たかね
Everyone's back. Hey, come
あ
on
の
out.
子た
They're
ちが
back.
戻ってきたよ
Modoto kitayo. And... And it's kind of happy, a bit more happy. Someone's not that used to being happy.
帰ってこれたのね
Okay.
頭はまだついてる手足
You're
は
back and your head's still screwed on and you still have all your limbs. Last I checked.
見ればわかる質問は
Also, my head isn't screwed on. Last I checked. What does it look like? Way to keep your composure, madam. Excuse you, I'm perfectly composed. Hey everyone, I'm back.
無事で何より
Glad you're okay. Thank you.
怪我もなさそう
Yes, it's
で
a
よかっ
huge relief. Sorry for making you all worry.
心
Worry how? Yeah, right. You think we, the Victory, were
配
worried
冗談
about
で
you.
しょ私たちマリオイがあなたのことを心配するわけないじゃない
We're
の
going to scrap you and sell you for parts.
心配していた
We were worried sick, exactly. Someone's on us. Hey.
私はもともと
I
旅人とは
I
友
really
人
want to see Arla get some kind of
君
director
の今
indirect
好きな
buff.
立場を選べば
Still don't have any actual bond of
ま
life
るでお茶
support.
会にでも参加す
So
る
that you get us something to do instead of just get totally replaced by Mavica. Trevor and I were already friends. You were free to join this mission in whatever capacity you please, much like your tea parties. That's a laugh a minute with you guys. I must say I was quite surprised when Mr. Albedo told me he would need no additional aid.
正直驚きました。
We discussed this on our way back as well. I'm rarely so unequivocal, but in this case we had full confidence in
僕もめったに
Kasachi.
言わないけど今回はカサッチさんを信じてい
It
たよ
is
ね
still, even though Traveler is literally earlier than Albedo, still so much more egregious.
カサッチは
When are we getting our model updates? The answer
僕
is
とアル
never.
ベドを外で待機
Only
さ
through
せたんだ
costumes, if ever.
そして
He said he knew what he was doing. Albedo and I pretty much just had to wait outside on
旅人
standby.
を救い出せたのは
Meanwhile, Kasachi broke into the energy field and rescued the Traveler's soul.
わざわざ
You didn't have to
説明し
mention
なく
that.
ていい
カサッチさん
Oh,
の
I'm
実力
thoroughly
という
impressed.
気
You were
は
a force to be
判定させられま
reckoned
す
with, Hat Guy. Is he back? Is he really back? It's Paimon. Welcome back. Traveler, it's really you. Aww. I really do want to see playable Paimon. It's really me, Paimon. I'm back. And now that Paimon's here, we're no longer getting voiced, because we have Paimon for that now. Unfortunately. Okay. Thank goodness, Paimon, miss you so much. You can finally breathe easy,
パイモン
Paimon.
も安心できる
It's great to have you back in one piece. Paimon's been having nightmares the whole time you were gone.
心配で心配で
Shinpai de, shinpai de.
夢を見てたんだ
I'm not saving up for Varka. Well, I'm saving up for Varka, not in Primogems. I'm sure you can understand what I mean by that. Yeah. Oh, look at them, you know, once you reach my age, there's nothing better than watching a misty-eyed
友
reunion
達同
between
士が抱
friends.
き合って大泣きして
What
る
age?
シー
You're
ン
like
に終わった
5.
よな
Die.
年なんて関係
That's
ないだろ
nothing, same goes when you get to my age too. I bet I know and Annette would be tearing up as
愛
well
の
if
と
they
イ
were
ルファが
here.
あなたに言ってなけりゃきっと二人も泣いてただろ
I Well, it's not a physical swipe, but I'm sure that sucking air through my teeth can tell you what I meant. Oh, Varka, I'm not sure Inefa can cry. It'd be machine oil, just like Sandrone drinks. Oh yeah, good point. Huh, your eyes are looking a little red and puffy. Come here, let's hug it out. Aw. Everybody's father. Larger chest than Lauma. That reminds me of in the original Fate, they some of the supplemental material they had released, you know, the characters' 3 measurements, and they did that for the men too. And Archer has a bigger chest than all the women. You know, the guy who was in Star Rail. You know, people joke that he's basically everyone's mom because he can cook and better cook than everyone, but okay, I'm not gonna finish the sentence. You know what I mean. What, you know, thank you, not my dad. Okay, knock it off. Oh no, we are getting voice. Everyone, I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you, but the silver lining is I didn't come away from this ordeal empty-handed. While I was being held captive, I wonder what about Detoy's current capabilities and what he plans to do with them. Allow me to explain. But it is interesting, you know, emphasizing the traveler's unique motives, not entirely heroic personality, more voice, more of a viewpoint character than a self-insert, which a lot of people have talked about in this game is, I mean, this patch as being specifically Final Fantasy XIV-esque. I mean, to be fair, that's because a lot of people have that as their only reference in terms of, you know, JRPGs, but yeah, anything to make it more like a regular video game, you know? It's AAA gacha for a reason. The 3 moon goddesses were even more powerful than we imagined. No wonder Detoy believes himself to be equal to the gods, maybe even superior. Utter blasphemy. While everyone was gone, Nefer and I made an interesting discovery. We have Miss Sandrone has something to share too. And perhaps you could do the honors. And that was the text left by Columbina. Sandrone explains Columbina's situations and shares the findings of her research so far. Did have the time travel book, but which again, even though it wasn't one of the ones we had to turn in when we were looking at Sandrone's books, it was, oh goodness, did sort of draw attention to the whole deal, where what Columbina is doing is not anything that's new. It is simply ensuring the proper course of events that have already occurred. Called it getting rid of a pesky troublemaker like her is trying to clean up after a crumbly cake always comes back to haunt you. Columbina's alive. I knew she wouldn't give up. Our next step is to find a way to bring her back. A place where time flows backwards, no destination in sight. Surely it must have been created for a specific purpose, but I fear the answers are buried deep into vast history held by great powers beyond our reach. Okay. Sounds like she's on a specific path through time, just traveling in the opposite direction to us. Well, yeah, we can tell. The question is, where does that path lead, or will it keep going to infinity? And beyond. They're canceling Varka and replacing it with Buzz Lightyear. We consider that question as well. Strictly speaking, time is not infinite. It has a beginning. Indeed, not every road has an end. Stop showing up unannounced. Why are you like this? You know, who was the Japanese dub voice of Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story? Nobody I know. Nobody relevant. You know, that's me. Just nobody in a game I know. Or a show I know. Minoru George. Nicole, you show off quietly sneak in mid-conversation. You know, Sandrone has a great design. As long as you're not looking at her face on, then you can really see how far apart her eyes are and how low they are down. Turtle. I do, in fact. It's something I've always done at our mage's tea parties. Quite mysterious and persuasive.
時の終わりにつ
Why are
い
you
てのお
like this?
話ね。
Oh, and Minotaur is still here.
世界には終わりが
Oh,
つきものよ。
what lies at the end of her
そして
road? Well, just as the road has a world has a beginning and an end, so does time. So the end of the road is the moment that Tevat was born.
でも、
But where Miss
コロ
Columbina
ン
will
ビ
end
ナ
up
さん
along
が
this
どこに
road.
行き着くかは、
That depends
その
on
時を逆行する川
where
の
this particular
どこから
river
始まっている
reverse
か
time
によ
began.
る
Yeah,
わね。
I misread it. Not Minoru, Tokoro. Tokoro George. Google rarely fails. A lot of the search results are AI slop now, but you know, you can tease apart the threads of fate, so to speak. Yeah, nobody relevant to me at least. I'll be less mean. Poor Tokoro George. I hope he's doing well wherever he is. I'm sorry, George. But Nakata Georgie, or you know, Nakata George, is I'll talk about that. He's the voice of the Japanese Abyss Lecter, the Electro Abyss Lecter, Violet Lightning, which is funny. He announced it. You know, it's not, and I think that might be deliberate. It's not a Lecter that's ever been voiced because Enjo and the Hydro Herald, when they've shown up in quests, in particular the Dainsleif one in the Chasm, and I think the original Dainsleif one too, because we've seen a voiced Hydro Herald in, you know, We Will Be Reunited. That's the first time we fought one, technically. And then Pyrolector was Enjo, wherever Enjo has shown up. The enemy voice has been the same as the voice of the character in the quest. But we've never seen an Electro-Lecter voice. There was one at the end of the Devantaka Mountain quest line, but not voiced. And I think that may have been deliberate, because they do think about the JPVAs. With regards to things, they get famous characters and do voice jokes for a reason. But it... Oh... Nakata Joji is so old that he doesn't take up any new roles anymore. He was Kotomine Kirei, the main antagonist of the original Fate. He was Arara Soren, who is a kind of similar type figure in Kara no Kyokai, which is a work in the same universe, and it's only relevant in the fighting games due to the lack of voice, but he's also Nero Chaos, who is... He voices a lot of big, bulky, old guy type antagonists in, you know, Fate and Fate-associated works. But he's so old that he doesn't take up any new roles anymore. He just goes back to do stuff he's previously done. Oh, and of course, how did I forget? Well, it's because I haven't watched it myself. He's Alucard in Helsing. That may be his... Oh, and he's... I mean, he did technically. He's sole bad guy in the newer Guilty Gear games, but... I mean, I'm biased because I mostly know Fate stuff, but... He's Japanese Wesker. To the extent that's relevant, he's Japanese Luxord in Kingdom Hearts. To the extent that's relevant. It is interesting because... They do maintain... You know, if I ever play Kingdom Hearts, I'm going to mod it to have English voices for the Disney characters and the Japanese voices for everyone else. Because... As much as Disney liked to pretend that Kingdom Hearts didn't exist, they were very good about getting the actual voice actors for the characters to play them. Yeah, they got the movie voices to be the characters in Kingdom Hearts, which is oddly high budget for a game they kind of ignore exists. But oh, Disney has totally gone down the pipe though, which, I mean, to be fair, I don't know if we'll ever get another Kingdom Hearts game, but I mean, to be fair, I'd be playing that more because of the Final Fantasy stuff and the Disney stuff, but I mean, I don't know. The old movies, I liked those enough. This is totally irrelevant. But Miss Columbina will end up along this road that depends on where this particular river of reverse time began. What about the original moons and the moon goddesses? Do they have a beginning too? When Nibelung made them, I imagine. All things do. In the beginning, there was nothing. And then Columbina said, "Let there be moons. I showed you my moons. Please respond." Oh, I didn't know that Leonard had 2 dinky little ball feet. Stumpy. At the beginning, no moons adorned the sky. It was the Dragon King Nibelung who raised the 3 moons into the heavens. Thus were the moon goddesses born.
星々の影はニーベルンゲンに代わって権能を持ち、世界を司るために
It's interesting, the Japanese is Nibelungen. They were shadows of the planet, born to wield Nibelung's authority and oversee the world on his behalf. They were extensions of his will, manifestations of his majesty. But then one day they disappeared just as suddenly as they had once been brought into being. Nobody knew where they had gone. Well, that voice line's gone. Now we're being it again. Okay, can I leave now, or am I gonna get sucked into another cutscene? Moment of truth. Oh no! Oh no. Like, I thought no more paths back to reality have emerged since. After this, we'll be able to move around. But how can I be sure that I'm going the right way without scenes from reality to keep me on track? Almost recluse. I can't even be sure of how long I've been walking for. And this space is a bit more purple now, a bit more abyssal. The further I travel, the less stable the space becomes. There are even moments where I can sense something that feels like abyssal energy. They can just materialize out of thin air. I have to keep my wits about me. Well, I think this is as far as I can really go today. I think I was hoping to get this done, but this was long. There wouldn't actually be all that much if I had to. Oh, and it's by the curatorium. Oh. Well, we can collect one Rainbow Fate. I'm not against it in principle. I think as a game that, I mean, let's be frank. The game targets a male audience entirely, with pretty much no exception. And one thing I like about this game is that as a broad enough audience, I mean, in the end, not to get into too much grisly detail about how I originally expected things to go in regards to, gesturing wildly with my hands, imagine, and, myself at streaming all this. But it's a game with a broad enough audience that I can enjoy it unreservedly, while also people who may not necessarily like it for the same reasons as I do may want to watch me play it. Traveler on a winter's night. Whereas Wuwa seems interesting, the combat looks fun, but also I got into this game a little under about 8 months in. It was during Eula's first patch. And even then, I sometimes wish I would have gotten into it right at the start and feel like I missed a few things. Of course, money can always compensate. But, so let's fight Dottore, so we don't miss a weekly. It looks interesting, but it's... Do you know what the acronym ML stands for? It's very much... Yeah, it's... There are games that I play on my own that aren't necessarily good for streaming. I keep track with Fate Grand Order, but for various reasons it's not really a good stream game. But, oh, that's right, there's no domain here, we just do it from the menu. But, yeah, it's a very different target audience. And, I mean, there are women who play Wuthering Waves. But the women who play that game are presumably playing it for the women. And I don't imagine they would really have much reason or interest in watching me play it. This is a game that has a broad, diverse audience, and frankly, in particular, not necessarily just women, but appeals to women. I mean, people who are interested in men. I mean, not necessarily in a romantic sense necessarily, but, you know, watching men do things. You know, it's important to be frank about, you know, it's... Yeah. It looks like a fun enough game, but I'm also an employed adult. I'm a 24-year-old man with a job. Honestly, I don't even have time to play FGO alongside this. But it... I mean, also, it is also just a matter of, you know... I like that this game has guys who come out relatively often who are good, enjoyable to use. I mean... It's not that I think women are disgusting and hideous. I mean... For better or worse, I'm attracted to women. For better or worse. But, I mean, suffice it to say that, you know, I'm not like some 2000s guy who, you know, plays a chick in World of Warcraft because I prefer to be looking at a woman's butt. I enjoy playing all kinds of characters. I like games that have diverse types of characters. Is it Jian? Is it Jian? I know he looked very, very cool. And I will say, there's a lot about the game that feels derivative. A lot about the game that... It's interesting. But, again, I don't have time for a second/third game, depending on how you want to slice it. And I cannot give up games. That's the problem. If I got into another live service game, I wouldn't be able to put it down. I'm way too far back to catch up normally, and I'd feel pressure to... Because I'm a collector. Especially since Kui's good now, and Aito's getting a Trill next patch, and I guess since Ito works well with Winter Crystallize, but even before all that, I wanted Kui and Aito and Ito just so I could have every character. They are the 3 characters I still don't have. Oh, I've seen that name around, but... Oh, Luke Herson. Oh, and he's a doctor. Hey, they added Baiju. Oh, he looks cool. Spectra, which, to be fair... Spectra's kind of their Dendro, right? At least people were joking about that because they added, you know, a not Nahida who had that element. But it... from what I can tell, the way they run Element is more about just determining damage bonuses. There isn't anything like a reaction system. Oh. Well, to be fair, Baiju was technically melee. If you ever use his normals. Not that anyone does. Well, I used his normals once to apply Dendro on field for a Burgeon team. But, oh, it's Violet Grass. That's your specialty. Is it falling into the same trap that PGR did? Because I know that with PGR, which there was someone who has not since come back. Last time I saw them was like a year and a half ago in chat, but someone who used to be a fan who talked about how she was a big fan of the guy who looks like Raiden in PGR, whose name escapes me, but that PGR added so many bespoke weapon types to give most characters unique weapons. And, yeah, 5 billion weapon types. And it just... Well, let's do this. Okay. Alright, we're gonna run our Flynn's Beana team. Okay. The heretic of the false meaning is the rift from beyond this world that endanger those who oppose him. Step in the rift and eliminate the source of his power to neutralize the threat. I did see that. I know that they're not Mavica, you know, Mavica Shion and hybrid character, you know, Winnie. Does she have any special motorcycle ability, you know, to interact with exploration? Because I know she has her own bike. Mirror of the 3 Moons enables the heretic of the false moon to bend the world's order and set forth prohibitions. To overcome him, you must abide by these for a short time or face punishment for defying them. Il de Torre. Is he ill? Oh, well, that was too early. Well, whatever. Come on. Well, this also just gives us our energy back, so... Okay. So it's just... using it more easily. That makes sense. Okay. So in case you waste your burst, you can pop it that way at least. For gazing directly upon a god provides punishment, do not put a god to the test. You can dodge that cage. So that was not really important. Okay, cool. Oh, but it drained her energy! Oh, that's the issue. Bruh. Come on. Where are you going? His theme is really good. I did check, and it's unfortunately not that similar to the way his... Oh, and here are rifts. Let's go inside. The theme he had back in Sefirot when he first showed up, it's kind of similar. Clear the moon weather realm's effects. Okay. Defeat all moon replica chains or find the exit to return to the battlefield. I kind of didn't want that, I guess. Ouch. You know, let's just beat them all. It's easier this way. Okay. And that's Electro, actually, which is interesting. But it... Do they have... They can't have anything applied to them, huh? That's interesting. Well, whatever. And it's... The more shades we destroy, the more flat damage he takes. Stay where you are, you'll be punished for crossing the line. Using the... one of the other moon's power. This is not a very difficult boss battle. Okay. But we can just fight you normally. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's... not difficult. Oh, I didn't know about that. And, oh, look, it's the false sky. I mean, to be fair, it's... I do have Anefa and Flinz's signatures, but that was kind of easy. Okay. Gladiators Triumphus. I mean, that may be worth keeping. Mask of the Virtuous. Mask found the heretical testing grounds after defeating the false god that usurped the moon. Medicine is meant to cure the elements of the flesh. Yet mortal physicians turn a blind eye to the true causes of death. In the hands of a wise healer, the frail human body escapes the bounds of birth, aging, sickness, and death, building strength that defies common sense. So the one other thing I wanted to kind of do here, actually, was... Let me see. Do the intel gathering quest for this week so I can finish out all that by the end of this batch. I've delayed those for far too long. Bokensha Kyoka. Okay. Intel exchange. Seems only those associated with the Curatorium secrets can conduct exchanges. So let's put Nefer and Yahuda in the party. Both of them. Both of them. Yahuda. Oh, and we just have to have them in the party. Curatorium secrets, classified intelligence through certain means, and Nefer's is taking priority. Haunted. Refreshes. Intel procured and documented by an agent of the Curatorium secrets. The Adventurers Guild might find this interesting. Let's just go find 6 people. Snedzimir. Better get me some alpacas. Once I've hauled everything over to Seznai, I can make a little extra by selling their wool when they get cold without their coats. You may make a good point. If they grow such thick and fluffy coats, even in sunny not one, they'll probably end up getting ill walking around Seznai au naturel. The food gets them all around the road, while the loss would be too great to bear. Looking that way, maybe some tributes would be the better option. It's a difficult choice to make. I always try not shaving them, and that's not a bad idea. If I don't shave them, I can bury myself in a big fluffy alpaca bundle. Out on the road and save myself some money on a winter coat. That said, some beasts carry more goods than alpacas, so make more money than they offset the price of a coat. It's so hard to choose. Take your time then. Alright then, alpacas or some beasts or alpacas. I was hoping you might help me choose. Any new dialogue, or if we take a look using you, or you. Nothing new. Sedzimir. Collect and recorded intel on God Camera of the Curatorium. He asks us to find a secret shortcut between Nod-Krai and Seznaya. Yeah, right, we ever share that kind of intel with him. Oh, so we can get this dog with both of them. But we got some collected intel. How exciting. Some quest items, right? Or is it? It's in precious items. Okay. Shroud's domain because we've done... Oh, we can get the first clear rewards. Cool. Bad Man's Restraint. A band found in the heretical testing grants after defeating the false god in the use of the moon. May define civilization by driving out madness, believing that all things, whether they exist or not, can be contained within a reason, itself be another form of lunacy. Madman sees through reason's cunning, and in his world all things are permitted. He tried to turn us evil. As he can manipulate life and death, elixir of the heretic. Vial found in the heretical testing grounds after defeating the false god that usurped the moon. For centuries, self-proclaimed scholars have crawled beneath the weight of the 6 cardinal prohibitions. And those are the academias. And one of them is actually not studying the origin of words, which makes me wonder, actually, whether that's based on the sense of, you know, finding out that the words came from Earth and finding out about Tevat's origin, essentially. Their study is a little more than circular reasoning and empty words. The pursuit of truth should know no bounds. By this measure, those condemned as heretics by the world are the true seekers of knowledge. Okay. And this repeats, an opportunistic merchant guards his wealth as if it were life itself, setting personality aside as significant business acumen. It's something that can't be treated called wealth. And what are you gonna say? Oh, huh. Do you not have dialogue for him, or... Yahoda appears to have something on her mind, said Zamir. Oh, and it's only Yahoda has that quote. Interesting. After gathering his intel and if Yahoda is in the current team. Huh. And was it a new area, or... Yeah, but I didn't know about the Star Glitter. That's actually something that they might have taken from the game's original content beta test. Originally, Star Glitter was able to be used for those purposes, but it was never actually implemented in the game itself. But I wonder if that's where they got that idea. Yahoda appears to have something on her mind. Well, she can collect that. Interesting. Miss Yahoda, about the shortcut I asked you to look for the last time, do we have any news yet? No, not yet. This is quite a complicated problem. It will take quite some time, I'm afraid. And how could I possibly share such intel with you? I'd have cashed it in on it on my own a long time ago. Wait, no, that's not like cashing it with Boss Neff and Ashu, obviously. That's right, I understand. You must find it. I'm counting on you. Once you find that path, I'll make a huge profit for sure. Interesting. And Gaudenti. Well, even that guy with amnesia could find a job. Everyone says there are tons of work lately, so why is none of it coming to me? Work doesn't come to you, go to work. What do you know, huh? Just like those legendary adventurers always sweep up their heroes by happenstance, legendary work will surely do the same. I mean, kinda, honestly. Who'd take those cruddy jobs, scrounging up the commissions, yourself sweating buckets, smiling to your face cracks, only a smile when it's a loser would sign up for that garbage. Found the Traveler, huh? He was in Quink Clash, actually. Interesting. So Nefer has some special dialogue, but not Yahoda, so each of them has their own approach to it and can be repeated. Curses, could that one be sabotaging me? That woman? Sounds like it's a you problem. No, that woman, you know that woman. I'm not going to say her name out loud. Ever know if anything from Curatorium of Secrets might be listening in? She's right here. Claimed I had a bad reputation for something from my adventurer days. And come on, I helped my client dig up 3 whole last boxes of Mora. It's tiring I knew I lost my life, and why they still wanted me to kneel, smile, and hand over the loot with both hands. He smashed the box onto his face, yeah right, get a load of her mouthing off like she was actually there. What I did was give it over a little forcefully. Curse all, what rotten luck I have. Alright, don't stand my way. Might scare some potential clients away. And he was the guy who was trying to betray the Fatui back in the Quink Clash event, selling off the bots he was intended to pick up for him. And then the Fatui came to collect at the end, which I did not get to show, but it's like it's a you problem. No, me, I sell my strength, and clients pay me in more. Problem is they're in wanting a fair trade. If the client feels special, give them more fuzzies for hiring you. Shut up, shut up, shut up. People who spout this drivel are a real scourge of the bounty hunting industry. It's like, oh, right, look, if you don't have any work to offer, just don't bother me. My next big break is already walking down the street as we speak. Let me see. Commissions that find you tend to be the dangerous ones. So what, nobody ever made a pretty penny without getting their fingers dirty. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Interesting. after. Escort commission. So there's something that has him involved. Interesting. His dialogue changes eventually, depending on what you do. Besides, clients who post those kinds of requests would never demand you smile the whole blasted time around. Hey, what's the attitude? They only care about professional results. A lucrative job like that could keep me fed for months. Makes the recent drought even more depressing. Where are all the good jobs? You, do you have any commissions for me? If not, get lost. What a jackass. Can you only let me get in the way of receiving work then? So he never has special dialogue for him. Remember, adventure guilds, treasure hunters, record of misconduct, cheap to hire but limited capacity. Gaudenti capable enough, but not exactly the broadest candle in the box. I doubt he has the nerve to stick his neck out. And he... This sort of... sawtooth wave type image showed up when Nefer was gathering intel from people in the flagship back in the original first patch's Archon Quest. Kaunev, special guest fashion consultant. This is some of these people have no taste whatsoever. It's like they're actively trying to hurt my eyes. What are you talking about? Well, the way people dress in Nasha Town, of course. This place is an aesthetic wasteland. Look at those poor children, the way their outfits are made up. There's no rhyme or reason. Certainly no taste that's no different from the town itself. Street chic has its own fashionable charm. You're not trying to tell me you consider this decadent streetwear fashionable, are you? True beauty needs to stand the test of time. When I see it, the only streetwear worthy of a place in the shrines of beauty is spontaneous, elegant, and refined. She's actually... seems to be from Natlan, now that you see it. Nothing there. But his dialogue changes, so I'm gonna check, actually. Mark that for later. Nefer appears to have something on her mind. Lady Nefer. Looks like you've come into some money lately. Have you been picking up commissions? Yes, but how did you know? Well, my little birds told me just a thing or two. Back home we say the moon doesn't stay hidden behind the clouds forever. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, well, you know, Lady Nefer, probably the quint-quint-clash stuff. No need to stiffen up, Mr. Gaudenti. You've seen to those commissions well enough, and that alone is quite satisfactory in my books. Wait, were those commissions? Each of us has our own strengths. Learn how to use yours, and you won't go hungry. Goodbye, Mr. Gaudenti. I wish you all the best. And now, since we've gathered that from him and spoken with that line of dialogue, he will talk a little. What do you know, huh? And what are jobs? What's it? What's it to think that commissions I took for all that woman's doing? Right. That woman. Exactly. Who else, huh? What's it matter? She knows anyway. Nefer, I mean Lady Nefer, she didn't tell me outright. Those escort commissions I completed, she must have set them up for me. But how did she do it? Surely the Adventurers Guild isn't taking orders from her. That can't be. So, well, a fellow needs to eat, so I guess I have no choice. But once I've built my reputation back up... Interesting. I didn't mean to do that. Ouch. Okay. Okay. Character interactions in the world. Even though, it was previously non-canon that characters were out adventuring, but presumably, given the way that these work, there's some presumption that these characters are going out now, presumably with you. So what, nobody ever made a pretty penny? And wait a second, no wonder those commissions where I was picked out specially were so much trouble. Wait, does she think this kind of commission is all I'm good for? Blasting. Well, is she wrong? Yeah. Cool. And Kaunea. What do you got to say? But again, she looks pretty not Lantian. Guest fashion consultant. Yahuda. No. What are you talking about? The way people dress in Nasha-town, and... why don't you look at something else? My eyes can't unsuffer what they've already seen. Do you know who the most fashionable crowd in Nasha-town is? The Fitui. It's enough to make one weep. Having said that, your own outfit looks mighty fine. This blend of colors, it's like bathing in a spring breeze. Somewhat nice. Sorry to bother you. You're leaving already. Why don't you let me give you a free makeover? Work with Narzissenkreuz, Korolevsky, Trooper, Makeup Zud's how I praise him on this design ability. Enjoys a certain level of recognition Fontaine's fashion circles as well. So make Yahood her beauty model. Thanks, that's true again. They won't use that super pricey cosmetics. Then maybe I should try them at some time, though, thinking about it. I've never actually worn makeup in my life. I mean, you clearly have, right? Nefer just probably puts it on her while she's sleeping. Oh, nice. For who? And what artifact set? Is it going to be for Varka, or Yahood appears as something on her mind? Miss Kone, about the Fontaine fashion magazine you wanted us to get in touch with. We're already on it. They'll have to ask for your patience in the meantime. Thank you, Oda Yahood. May I ask what you're looking at? Is there something on my face? No. I just realized that you have really cute features. With the right makeup and style, you'll look amazing. Oh, that's cute. I'm not the subject you're looking for, please. Now here, no. What if someone... Oh, you definitely are. Trust me. Either something you ought to get care of. See you again, Miss Konea. Okay. Thought as much. So for Varka or Durin, or who are you getting it ready for? Let's gather a bit more intel. Okay. And sometimes other characters will show up here. And... Ashru, and oh, it's Yahoda. Hello. Okay, fair. Let's take some from the box, open and take a look. A chest that contains some part of the curatorium secrets its finances. Yahoda, geez, how's the boss seems to know everything when she even get here. Because Yahoda can take out of it once, Nefer can take out of it thrice. Makes Nefer like to inspect the chest, making a decent profit. Wait, Ashru might be in line for an extra meal. Open the chest. And it's a good amount of more. I'll come back and check again later. But it's not even us, it's Team Traveler. Okay. Message board. I know. I already have the required materials, and client receives the goods, I'll pay off the rest. Gorchakova, I'd like to ask you to send a letter to design for me again. This time I promise it'll be just a letter, no more attachments. And Vika, well, we lay fishing gear, she lives up to its reputation. Thanks for helping Miss Yahoda. Next time I catch a big one, I'll definitely bring it over. I'm here to order parts for Anefa. Since I've already received the parts in bench, really here to pass Ashru instead. Ashru Meow. Yahoda, employee of a curatorium of secrets. If you have a commission you're dealing with, please direct your request to her. Okay. Boss Neff will be okay right now. You sure want me to stay at my post, but screw it, I'll knock off early and go see how she is. Not feeling well, I might have to go ask Lama and have a look at her. Because it's not just Ashra anymore. We can have other characters show up as reception, which is pretty darn cool. Oh, yeah. Well, at least that's possible now. The only piece I've ever reshaped, I tried to reshape a Raiden piece for the sake of the Raiden Echo Challenge, and it kind of didn't get any better. Iratsa. Marcia say Phantom Agent. Where'd that guy run off to? You're looking for someone? Oh yeah, I'm looking for this guy Theongus. Been chasing from Yuang Wharf all the way to Nasha Town. Sounds like the Salt Gang. Iron and Salt Gang. Let's just say, he's a friend of mine, and there's lots of things we can talk about together, so many things. In fact, I think it's best to drag him back to Fontaine so we can sit down and have a nice long chat. Theoretically, he should be in town right now, so why can't I find him? After gathering your intel. And for Nefer. Okay. It can be. Depends on how you use it. Do not put a god to the test. Break the rules set by Ildatori, Heretics Utopia. Investigate the energy field created by the Doctor. Hi. Fashion lady. Again, yeah. Her beauty model. It's not its own separate cooldown. Iratsa. Or to say Phantom Agent currently hunting Theongus, as unyielding as steel worthy of admiration. Oh, that's cute. That guy run off to Nefer because of the intel. Looks like this little agent from the Marcia Phantom is having another fruitless day. Aww. Nefer appears to have something on her mind. Greetings, Miss Iratsa. How are the fruits of your investigation today? Oh, my witty Nefer, what an unexpected pleasure. My dear friend is hiding somewhere in town, I'm sure of it. Just a bit more, and I'll be certain to flush him out. How diligent of you, still sure the past proved troublesome. Curator of Secrets would be more than glad to lend its aid. After all, Mr. Westhook frequently supplies us with the most invaluable screws, that is intel. As for visitors, much to say, phantom agents from Fontaine, we are of course always glad to be of service. Your generosity is most appreciated. Alas, this is strictly a personal matter between friends. I couldn't possibly dream of troubling strangers, outsiders. Over this, excuse me. Understand, I hope you find your friend soon. So that's actually sharing intel with other agents, not gathering or stealing. Interesting. Some Pineco, Saurian Relics Association investigator. This place is absolutely buzzing. The fiery energy here could give the forges of the Temple of Pax a run for their money. Remember the Saurian Relics Association? That's right, haha. Didn't expect to be recognized here, but the Saurian Relics. Of course, forgot to look into them at all. Right, because came here because I heard that Nod-Krai had Ruins Road to Saurian Relics, but there's so much here that's new and novel, you know, that is in the Frost Moon area. Right. Research spillover. Interesting. Intel. Intel when you use it on him. Oh, interesting. Chance commission. So you can only do one of those based on whether you do Nefer or Yahuda. They are mutually exclusive. Oh, wow. Huh. I guess we'll not do this with him right now, then. So, no. The funds I've requested for research purpose can't keep buying those funny little machines. And then Julian. Pretty simple. With Nefer. Oh, and did it all run and roll into EM, or? Esteemed customer, I see a golden glow upon your brow. Fortune favors you these days. Coincidentally, I've got just the luck-boosting trinkets to keep that wealth rolling in. Come closer and take a look. After I do 2 more, I'm gonna have to close up. I'm already kind of sleepy. What have you got exactly? Why, everything and anything, of course. Take a look at this Xion-crafted sigil of permission. It's gotta be a fake, right? Sure will guarantee you fair winds and calm roads as your travels take you through Nod-Krai. Well, this exquisite medallion carved from the finest Clearwater jade can enhance your spiritual energies, ward off calamity and evil spirits, and even drive away misfortune. At least this is real. Oh, wait. Durin? Oh, flat attack. Durin doesn't really need EM. It depends. Only if he's triggering melts and vapes. On other teams, he doesn't care about it. Really, oh. I mean, it could be good, but you'd want more crit rate, I guess. You know, the more you reshape, the more good rolls you get guaranteed. I imagine it's real jade, just not actually magic. Well, not to your taste. How about this? Here I have some calligraphy personally written by Rex Lapis. By Diwang. Gotta get a little Chinese with it. Speak a little Chinese for him. Perhaps this will win you over. Are these real? How could they be anything but? Don't just look at what's written on them. Behold the brilliant colors, the glossy patinas. How could they be fake? Oh, because you are using him for melt and vape then? Okay. That's not money can swing about lightly. Well. Are you from Weiwei? You have wonderful intuition, esteemed customer. I was indeed originally a merchant from Weiwei. Kempta says not to engage in tea trade, but the business, well, let's just say there were some hiccups, which is how I ended up here. What kind of team are you running him on? Mona's really good for that, as the on-field or for off-field Durin. But who knew this place would be so full of outstanding folks? Turns out they adore way more about Weiwei's culture than just our tea. So I've settled down here. Now I offer the locals our homegrown town wisdom and wares. Well, tricky. Thanks for your kind words. Are not coming to browse my wares? What a pity. Former tea merchant from Weiwei merchant, this far from home, which taken Nod-Krai got fish to water, and definitely worth keeping an eye on. Not involved in product smuggling case. Sells cheap goods and quite persuasive, could potentially be developed as an informant, needs negotiation with the tea house, that is, Yewan and Yangshan Tea House. Nefer appears to have something on her mind. Oh my, lady Nefer, you're looking to buy during yeah, that's a good one. Though if I were you, if you don't already have Mona on Prototype Amber, I'd give her Prototype Amber on that team. When you never, you're looking to buy whatever you want, I'll give you a discount. I also inquire about the antique bars you were helping me find. Don't worry, I've already sent representatives to contact them. As soon as there's news, I'll let you know. It's about smuggling, right? Okay, wonderful. There really is nothing you can't do, Lady Nefer. Once everything's settled, pick out the best item I have as a gift to show my gratitude. That's probably euphemistic. So Westfolk is the Fontaine guy that she mentioned. Yeah, the weapon. The weapon prototype Amber to add more team healing, because otherwise you're only healing as Bennett. That's only on Durin and only up to a certain extent. Or on Mona if she's the on-fielder. You'll get a lot more leverage out of those abilities if you're running Mona on Proto Amber. Yes, but the issue is never should you ever have to switch Fiorina to Numa mode. If you are ever switching Fiorina to Numa mode and it's not because you're at C6 and you're running her funny C6 on-field abilities, that is a strictly inferior, strictly wasted part of the rotation. Kamenka. Hey, friend, pal, buddy, what's the inside scoop? Sinzan is about to go all in on moon power. Get your shares here, invest in a future that belongs only to you. It is the Leeway Craftable Catalyst. Meaning that you should probably use Catalyst billets for that. It is probably the best craftable weapon in terms of, you know, just going through time. Other than maybe Sapwood on Bennett. But it's craftable. Meaning that if you have the ability to make one, you should, and you should level it, because it's team healing on burst, and free energy to the user on burst, which makes it a lot easier to keep a character's burst up reliably without having to worry as much about energy recharge. Though to be fair, if you're running on-field Mona, which I imagine you'd be doing on that team, it works decently. Because it gives energy back to its team-wide healing. That is percentile, which works very well as a counteract to Fiorina's team percentile HP drain. If you don't have a Proto Amber, you should craft one as soon as you can. Really. Shares? The full names of the Moon Power Concept Investment Certificates. Hottest product in the speculative market right now. Oh, it's a joint stock company, huh? It's worth over 500,000 more. They can be yours. Get now. You can ride the blue ocean wave of profits. That's actually a pretty decently large amount. Don't hesitate. This is the closest you'll ever be to the wealthiest retirement you can imagine. Blue ocean mentioned. Good. And you should refine it as high as you can if possible, because it makes that energy and HP restoration better. It is an insanely good craftable weapon. Don't hesitate. This is the closest you'll ever be to the wealthiest retirement you can imagine. You don't exactly strike me as somebody who's made bank. I'll pass. With this world, this is but a simple periodic adjustment. Markets whims are as the tides, or so they say. It's exactly at times like this that an overabundance of caution is not the play. Trust me, make your millions back in stocks just like me. Well, I can get 10 more fools, 10 more strategic investors like yourself will be back in the game in no time. It is a Ponzi scheme. Yep. Yep. I'll pass. Are you sure you don't want to think about it some more? There's a great opportunity if you find the share suspect. Some cheaper bonds at only 300,000 more. You may have to do the calc, but I think you'll get more in damage because of the healing. The things about buying any site, well, you better not regret it. The opportunities to make your dreams come true only come around once. But it's usable on a lot of characters. It's also very good on Nuve. Though you have a signature, right? I think you said that. Okay. So it's not an opportunist, minimal resources, maximum ambition, bankrupt selling subscription certificates. So-called subscription certificates are obviously a scam. And neither of them have anything to say about that. And none of them are important enough to have dialogue. He's just a random scammer. He's not an informant or a merchant who asks the curatorium for anything, or an agent in cahoots, or someone with connections to Yahuda who wants Yahuda as a model. She's just never had a relationship with the curatorium, so no special interaction with the curatorium. He's just a nobody. It's kind of sad. Oh, and Tolfin's right there. Huh. Intel exchange. You can pick any of these. Suspicious, the vanishing, disturbance caused by, Man who, all intel to proceed. They who, the man who. Erase his name. Yakuza. So we can keep going and collect more next week, and then we can do the quests as we choose. One thing I can do... I'm gonna do one more thing, and then it's really gonna be over, so say your goodbyes. This is my courtesy. But now that Enefa has her signature, beating the cactus guy becomes a lot easier. I'm gonna show that off. Yeah, because we can run Bennett, which is really funny. Since there's Hydra here, we don't need Ino to do any application. We can simply... Oh, goodness. Add Bennett for more attack, because that helps Flynn's. Exactamundo. Yeah, but... This is the end of things today. We're gonna fight you. Okay, okay, I didn't like that. As you can see, we can do a lot of damage. Okay. Come on. Thanks. Okay, cool. And... Now you're a hat. You can see, with Enefa and Bandit active, we can deal genuinely insane amount of damage. Okay. That's you. That's you. Cool. And... Nice. Yeah, it's a very, very good weapon. You will not regret your decision. See how much flat damage that did? Insane. And now you're gone. And that was 2 rotations. 2 rotations. Yeah. It was a worthwhile investment, and it will get even better when I actually get Albad on Enefa. This entire coming week will be an oportunidad to farm more. We can do it next Sunday. Yeah, Sunday. Okay. Sunday. I guess Sunday will be that photo event and probably theater too. But I think I'll wait to do Abyss, because it's a new Abyss, until I can go for his weapon. On Mona? Tenacity. Tenacity of the Millowith. Her damage is not really going to be meaningful, no matter what. Then Furina Golden Troop and Noblesse on Bennett, and then... Because it's all about stacking Durin's damage. Is the only real damage dealer in the team. So in that case... No, actually... Let's talk to Tolfin real quick. It's interesting that there's nothing lunar related, in Dottoro's boss fight, actually. Tolfin and Hugin. Friend who was journeying from afar, we've not in haste stay thy step, rest a while. See the campfire yet burns warm, the tale hath scarcely begun. The winds through forest boughs and over the like sort sing for us, bearing the echoes of ages past, and the weariness of your travels away. Shall we with the chapters left undone, that and become the hope with which we greet the coming dawn? Keep listening. Next tune our race sings the leader of the Locked Knights of ancient Fontaine, Knight Arrhenius, whose eyes quick like the sea. Tales of knights, wicked dragons, cunning wizards, and a holy blade are told and retold, for in Fontaine they are ever renowned. When the envoys and taint Knight Coudonnier of Denaire flew into a rage, ready to strike down when Dare proposed marriage. Knight Arrhenius, with eyes like the bright sea, held him back and addressed the envoy set to wed the Capitoliani musician to her. O envoy of King Remus, tell the noble minstrel so, mine heart I give to this fair lad, and none else shall it know. Till the unjust and doubts can harm Fontaine no more, I shall marry none, nor bequeath my heart belongs to these shores. So he's just doing bard stuff, but he shows up in a quest too, I believe. Check. In the open world. He is in the Raven's Legacy as well. But all these are random ones. Okay. It's an easy one to farm. You'll be getting Pale Flame along with it too, and if you don't have anyone who needs physical, I can't imagine it'll be that useful to you. Okay. Alright. It's gonna show gold if we have someone in the party, right? Yahooter. Okay. Yeah, because we can exchange now, but we will get that done later with time. Okay. So we have, among other things, 3 blue fates. This is the real last thing we'll be doing. Give me good luck, or I'll kill you. Not really, I couldn't. I don't even know where you are. This is getting macabre, I'm sorry. Okay. You know, I don't blame you. I think that's a good decision. Especially since Durin's going to be on Varka duty soon. 64 to 67. 67. Okay. 65. Okay. 66. And 67. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I think all that nothing will be a nice postlude to what we got done, and we'll keep going with True Moon. The bright moon hangs high, casting down its gentle light. Yet your stores begin to flow down different paths next time, because I am tired and I need food. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, Sandrone, like I said, it. No pressure if you don't want to or can't, but the best way to track the schedules is to the Discord, which has a link in the YouTube description, I believe. But I mean, if you're not comfortable with that or just want to, it's not like I can make you. And if it's ever too much, just tell me and I'll start crying. I won't start crying, but I will stop. So yeah, Sandrone, nice to chat as always. I'll be here next weekend. And the schedule, again, gets posted to YouTube too, but it's